Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good day. I bid to Sir Murshid bin Qasim, Dean of Center for Foundation Studies, International Islamic University Malaysia. Sir Tefunishan bin Taib, Deputy Dean of Center for Foundation Studies, International Islamic University Malaysia. Brother Zainal Abidin bin Ibrahim, Assistant Director of Leadership and Training Unit. Sir Muhammad Ridwan bin Saleh, Head Department of Legal Studies. Madam Adibah binti Ali, the Advisor for Law Student Society, MILEX. Madam Nurul Emilia Diana binti Abdul Malik, the Advisor for Human Science Society of Focus. The Speaker of the House, members of Parliament, as well as all brothers and sisters who are joining us for the mock parliament today. Alhamdulillah, with the graciousness of Allah, we are given the opportunity to gather here today virtually to witness the mock parliament for the session of 2020-2021. We will now begin the event with the singing of our national anthem, Negaraku, followed by the zikir of Asma'ul Husna and CFS IIUM song, Leading the Way.
نسألك يا من هو الله الذي لا إله إلا هو الرحمن الرحيم الملك القدوس السلام المؤمن المهيمن المهيمن العزيز الجبار المتكبر الخالق البارئ المصور الغفار القهار الوهاب الرزاق الفتاح العليم القابض الباسط الخافض الرافع المعز المذل السميع البصير الحكم اللطيف الخبير العليم العظيم الغفور الشكور العلي الكبير الحفيظ المقيم الحسيب الجليل الكريم الرقيب المجيب الواسع الحكيم الودود المجيد الباعث الشهيد الحق الوكيل القوي المتين الولي الحميد المحسن المبدع المعين المحيي المميت الحي القيوم الواجد الماجد الواحد الصمد القادر المقتدر المقدم المؤخر الأول الآخر الظاهر الباطن الوالي المتعالي البار التواب المنتكم العفو رؤوف مالك الملك ذو الجلال والإكرام المقسط الجامع الغني المغني المانع الضار النافع النور الهادي البديع الباقي الوارث الرشيد الصبور الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير اللهم صل أفضل الصلاة على أسعد المخلوقات كسيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم عدد معلوماتك ومداد كلماتك كلما ذكرك ذاكرون وغفل عن ذكره الغافلون. preacher, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason shall excel, shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we, the Khalifa, we will fulfill the amanah. Together we make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of Ramadan al-Amin. Together we make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds for
Moving on, I would like to invite Brother Ikhwan bin Nizam, the President of ISRA, to lead the dua recitation. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina warhamhuma kama rabbayana shaghira. ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. Ya Allah, Ya Fa'alul Lima Yurid. Oh Allah, we express our gratitude to you for allowing us to attend this meeting of the mock parliament on this auspicious day. Oh Allah, we ask you for the safety of our religion and the welfare of our body. Oh Allah, Lords of the implementing authority, make the days that we have gone through, starting with your mercy, continue with your blessing and righteous guidance, ended with the forgiveness. Make the days that we have gone through spent in your obedience, adorn us with the adornment of the righteous, and clothe us with the ornament of the pious, in spreading good behavior, lowering the wing of humility, beauty of conduct, advancing towards excellence, avoiding condemnation, being gracious to the undeserving, speaking truth to bitter. Ya Allah, Ya Muhaimin, Ya Aziz, Ya Jabbar, let our efforts as a means to enlighten and convince ourselves that the personal safety of either outer or inner is a prerequisite for achieving happiness and excellence in various fields. O Allah, grant us faith and strength in order to face the challenge of life during these needy yet troubling times and in the face of life in this new norm. Ya Allah, Ya Farij al-Ham, Ya Kashif al-Gham, Ya Man li'abdihi yaghfiru wa yarham. O Allah, show us guidance and adjust our paths and ways to achieve happiness and glory. Let us listen to people who like the good things. Let us avoid doing the bad and evil things. O Allah, bless our life in this meeting and gathering and prevent us from harm and unfortunate events. Wassallallahu ala Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun ala al-mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Thank you, Brother Ikhwan bin Nizam, for the recitation of dua just now. May our event run smoothly without any major difficulties. Next, I would like to give the honor to the Speaker of the House, Brother Muhammad Adib Shahmi bin Muhammad Bari, to lead the oath-taking ceremony. The honor is yours. Brother Muhammad Adib.
Ada technical issues. Okay, hello. Am I audible?
Yes.
Right, thank you. InsyaAllah. I, Muhammad Adib Syami bin Bahari, having been appointed to the office of Speaker of the House, do affirm that I will faithfully discharge and execute the duties of the office to the best of my ability, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the students and administration, and will preserve, protect, and defend its right that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And I will faithfully ordain the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So, with purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another and the campus we live with all our hearts. It will be my duty to preside and adjudicate parliamentary proceedings, to be responsible for maintaining order in the House, to abide by the set standing orders of the mock parliament, and to function in every respect as the Speaker of the House. I will honor, uphold, and preserve the rights of the people and the law, that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability, to discharge my duties as and do right to all men of people without fear of favor, affection, or ill will. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Moving on, I would like to welcome the members of Parliament to read their oath.
Assalamualaikum. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes.
We, the students of CFS IIUM Gambang, having been appointed to the office of the Parliament, do affirm that we will faithfully discharge and execute the duties of that office to the best of our ability, that we will bear the true faith and allegiance to the students and administration, and we will faithfully ordain the duties of the office on which we are about to enter. So, with the purpose and resolve, we turn to those tasks of our time, sustained by faith, driven by conviction, and devoted to one another. And the campus will live with all of our hearts. It will be our duty to commit to the parliamentary proceedings, to be responsible for the continuations of the House, to obey by the standing orders of the mock parliament, and to function in every respect as the members of the parliament. We will honor and respect the rights of the people and the law, to discharge our duties without fear of favor, affection, or ill will. Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome Sir Murshid bin Qasim, Dean of Center for Foundation Studies, International Islamic University, Malaysia, to give the opening speech as well as to officiate the Mock Parliament 2020-2021. I hereby welcome you, sir.
Thank you, sister. A'udzubillahiminasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to all. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Hamdan syakirin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u madidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa 'azimi sultanik. Ahlan wa sahlan wa marhaban bikum jami'an. Respected Brother Deputy Deans of Student Development and Community Engagement, Brother Taifun Nisham Tayyib, Deputy Deans of Academic and Internationalizations, Brother Izihar Ishaq, Head of Departments, Advisors of Students' Clubs and Societies, Student Coordination Committees, Organizing Committee of the Program, staff, and my dear beloved brothers and sisters, students of the Center for Foundation Studies IUM. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh once again. Dear brothers and sisters, it is a great honor and privilege for being invited to attend this mock parliament program for the current academic session. In particular, we are now in semester 3 to share inspirations to all of you. In fact, as we are coming nearer to the months of Ramadan, I would like to take this opportunity to wish Ramadan Al-Mubarak to all of you. Hopefully, we will be able to occupy these blessings months of Ramadan with additional ibadah beside the compulsory one in order to make our Ramadan more meaningful and beneficial, inshallah. And may Allah shower us His blessing and give us the best and utmost from these holy months of Ramadan. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee from MILAC and FOJOS for organizing this program, and the SCC, Students Coordination Committee, for coordinating this, I believe, a very fruitful program. Despite the challenging situations that we are facing right now due to the pandemic, all parties involved has worked hard to make this program possible. Of course, online and virtually. And a very special congratulations, of course, goes to all of you who are participating in this virtual Parliament 2020-2021. I was informed that one of the purposes in organizing this program is to foster the understanding of the working of government process and proceedings of the Parliament, as well as to raise mindfulness of the youth's right to participate in governance. This program serves as a platform for students to voice out concerns on issues pertaining variety of aspects such as welfare, academic, the sustainable development goals or SDG, students' aspiration, which is in line with students' empowerment objective of the university. This is, in fact, part of process to create holistic developments of students, and at the same time giving insight to the management of the Center for Foundation Studies regarding concerns of students, which will give impact toward the betterment of the running of the center in particular and the university in general. My dear brothers and sisters, I've been informed as well that there will be around 11 motions proposed by various clubs and societies to be debated and discussed among the appointed leaders. Enthusiasm and excitement is expected in this kind of event, but be reminded to maintain your adab and akhlaq in articulating opinions and views. It is important to have sense of self-control, respect and tolerance toward views of others, as it is understandable that respect for rules is essential for conducting any discussion systematically and effectively. Participants should avoid spiteful argument and wordplay, as such behavior would poison the atmosphere, arouse hostile attitudes, and may well end in deadlock. Democracy teaches us to be tawaddu and not submissive to our own views only. Open-minded, respectful, and always open to discussion and debate, so that the best decision or resolution can be taken as guided in one of the ayat in the Quran, Surah Shura verse 38, where Allah mentioned, وَأَمْرُهُمْ شُورَى بَيْنَهُمْ. It is also hoped that this program can increase awareness of the importance of observing adab and norms in all forms of communication. Being a winner or champion is not a purpose of this program. And in the teaching of our beloved Prophet Muhammad SAW, a good mu'min is being propagated through act of kindness, trust, responsibility, true speaking, courage, and maturity. These are among the values that students of CFS IUM should uphold as future leaders of the Ummah and of the country. Again, I would like to express my gratitude to the hard work of the organizing committee in making sure the smooth running of this program, in particular the SCC, MILAC, and Fortures, under the close provisions of Brother Zainul from Student Development Department, and all who have participated and contributed directly and indirectly to the success of this mock parliament 2020-2021. Inshallah, it will be one of our tasks that we will reap in the benefit in the hereafter. I hope this program will inspire students to give out their inspirations, their aspiration, and subsequently achieve the objective. Lastly, with the lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially open this mock parliament 2021. And I end my speech with lafaz wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Sir Mushid bin Kasim, for your speech. Members of Parliament, with that, we officially end the opening ceremony of the mock parliament. The Parliament shall resume at 9:35 in the Discord under the direction of the Speaker of the House, Brother Adib Shahmi, to officially begin the parliamentary debate session. Thank you. Without further ado, I will pass the floor to the Speaker of the House, Brother Adib Shahmi, to further conduct the parliamentary session. The floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you, Sister Chairperson of today. Alright, so insyaAllah we will be proceeding to our very first discussions for the first motion to discuss insyaAllah on the Discord server. So hopefully everybody can join the Discord server now so that we can insyaAllah begin immediately at 9:35. Alright, so I think that's all from me. InsyaAllah I pass back to the MC.
Thank you, members of Parliament. You may dismiss. We shall resume our Parliament at 9:35 in Discord. Thank you.
Hello, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, thankful to Allah SWT on this auspicious day. We may continue with our very first motion discussion of the mock parliament CFS IUM. So before we move, I hope every member of parliament may address and invite the respective other members of parliament to join our Discord server so that we can immediately begin as soon as possible. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning to respective secretariats, member of parliaments of academic-based societies, non-academic-based societies, martial arts, sports and recreation clubs and support groups of Center for Foundation Studies, IUM. So inshallah, before we move on into the discussion of the presentation of motions, I will be presenting the order of the motions that will be discussed throughout the mock parliament for today, inshallah. Alright. Okay. So can everybody see? Attention to all members of parliament, please mute your mics to avoid any problems with the discussion. Alright, can everybody now see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, thank you very much. So inshallah, this is the order of the motions that will be discussed for today. For the morning session, there will be 5 motions discussed, and for the evening session, we'll be discussing the other remaining motions until we finish all 11 motions for today. So for the first motion that we'll be discussing for today will be the motion to establish the CFS COVID-19 Students' Task Force by the Students' Coordination Committee, followed by the standardization of election process and an organizational structure for all clubs and societies, ABS, non-ABS, support groups and martial arts, also by the Students' Coordination Committee, followed by the motion to embed and enhance sustainable development goals and facilities, amenities and services at the Malah by the MRC Zahrawi. And for the fourth motion to the speaker's corner should be under the discretion of orators fully for better celebration and feasibility by orators. And lastly, for the morning session, the motion to provide functional ATMs where it is convenient for students by the Economic Student Society. After the lunch break, inshallah, we will follow by the motion by Perkim to make dating publicly or ikhtilat in UIA should be strongly prevented by the UIA community to preserve the Islam environment, followed by the motion to make dating publicly or ikhtilat in I'm very sorry, but inshallah the motion by Pembina. After that, followed by the motion by Metsi to introduce committees for post-CFS students' books. Books does not go to waste. Students may borrow used books for the upcoming semester. Followed by the motion by NTRAC to standardize the platform used for online studies across different subjects. And for the motion by ISROC to make it compulsory to send a recording of lectures to all students via email or Google Classroom or Telegram. And finally, the motion by IDEA to that the administration to centralize medium of information transmission. Students need to have better information transmission to all news. So inshallah, after this, I will attach the document in the documents link for the perusal of all members of parliament and the secretariat, inshallah. Alright, so to start off today's debate, inshallah, We will begin with the first motion by the Students' Coordination Committee, the motion to establish the CFS COVID-19 Students' Task Force by the Students' Coordination Committee. Inshallah, the floor is yours.
The Speaker of the House, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, please give me some time to share this. Inshallah, I'll be presenting the motion to establish CFS COVID-19 Students Task.
Members of Parliament, please be reminded to mute your mics unless recognized by the Speaker. So, and also for the societies which are going to be presenting their motions, please do not forget to attach the respective documentations, attachments, or any presentations in the documents channel of the Parliament.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I believe it's visible right now, right? So I'll continue with the presentation.
Something is going wrong with my laptop, so it is stuck at the moment. I will try to present, but Brother Raji will be the one who's sharing the screen. I'll try to stop the screen. Okay, so first of all, as you can see, at Brother Raji's slide, I of students COVID-19 task force. So about this task force, Brother Raji, can you go to the next slide? So first, for the introduction section. So first, for the introduction, taking into account the recent spike of the COVID-19 outbreak, we, the Students Coordination Committee, believes that the university authorities are doing their best in mitigating the spread of COVID-19 on campus, tightening the security for the SOP, also for the isolation of the students, and also we believe that as the Students Coordination Committee, we have the responsibility to bring out the voices and concerns of all students, whether on campus or off campus, bringing towards a more sustainable and conducive environment for all. But in order to achieve those goals in dealing with the unprecedented matters, proper handling and management should be put to good works. In spite of the strict SOPs outlined by the Center, the Students Coordination Committee wishes to bring forward a plan of action to effectively work together with respective administration officers and staff in dealing with student welfare and residential matters altogether. So, with that matters in hand, with the thought in hand, we as the SEC wants to establish an official volunteering groups called CFS COVID-19 Students Task Force, represented by the SEC with the volunteers of each respective mahalah, namely Mahalah Al-Biruni, Mahalah Al-Zahrawi, Mahalah Azdah, Mahalah Fatimah Al-Majritiyah, and Mahalah Umamah. The reason we are taking the volunteers from Mahalah so that we can easily communicate with each other, because when it comes to COVID-19 and SOPs prevention, COVID-19 prevention, the thing that is important the most for us is communication between the students themselves and also the management. As a public institution, we believe that it is under our responsibility to help the students, to help the volunteers, to resolve these matters. And so, Raja, can you go to the intro and the background slide? Okay. About the introduction and the background of this establishment, first, we want to enhance students' empowerment. This might not seem as specific because we want the point to be general, so we can explain it. So why did the Students COVID-19 Task Force will enhance the students' empowerment? It's because with the establishment of the Students COVID-19 Task Force, we the students will have more flow on communicating with the management. For example, before we can only communicate with the management on matters regarding programs and events, but none of the matter about the SOPs and also the COVID-19 prevention. And so we want to empower the students, communication, empower the students authority, so that we can communicate more with the management and get more information with the management, so that we can enhance the two-way communication between both the management and the students. The second one, the establishment of the COVID-19 task force is an effort to form a body consists of students that work solely on matter regarding COVID-19 and students' movement. Note that if we are to establish this project, it is the volunteer for the students COVID-19 task force isn't the one who will become the leader for the campus. They are not the one who will have the most authority on the campus, because the volunteers solely work on the matters regarding COVID-19 and students' movement. And so when it comes to the isolation, or when we have any programs that involve community gathering, so these people will be the one who have the authority or the power to secure the SOPs, make sure the SOP is being followed by all the students. So just note that the students, the volunteer for the students COVID-19 task force will solely work on the matter regarding COVID-19 and students movement. So the thing regarding the students welfare, regarding the academic, and also regarding the programs and events still under your respective societies. The next thing is proper conduct and coordination on campus. As you have a very limited workforce. As the Students Coordination Committee that are on campus are only 7 people. Themselves are limited in workforce if it's solely work on the COVID-19 task force. And so to do that, we want to establish this group of people so that we will have an efficient way of dealing with COVID-19 without having to mind about the lack of students workforce. And so alhamdulillah, we have gathered the respective volunteers. We have also assigned them to a few groups, a few tasks. And so we think that even though we have a limited workforce of the students and organizations, we have conducted this program very good. And if this project is to be established, then it can be conducted very smoothly because we have done most of the work. So can you go to the next slide, Brother Raja? So about the status quo. Status quo means the current problem that we are facing. It is the constant changing and limited workforce of students, volunteer, and organizations. So for most of you who might not know, during the semester one, there are a few isolations of students. There are a few quarantine cases among the students, from the students that coming back from home, from the students that said to be a POI, or students that have a contact with person that is positive in COVID-19. So among that problems, every time the quarantine happens, the management and the students coordination committee have to choose a new volunteers because we don't have any any volunteers that say that they will do it like with I'm sorry. What I mean to say is it's because every time the COVID-19 quarantine cases happen, the student volunteers keep changing because we don't have any pardon me for these Malay words. We don't have any ahli tetap in the COVID-19 task force. So every time the quarantine cases happen, we have to constantly change the volunteers, and with that, I think is a very much of a problem for the management themselves, because when it comes to students volunteers isn't someone that can be chosen nonchalantly. Students volunteers are someone who are reliable and also capable, and also they are the one who is willing to help the students because they will not have that much in return. They will get star points, but there is a limit to it. So sometimes their work and their prizes or their rewards are not as big, are not the same. So we will need a reliable and capable volunteers, but each time during semester one we will need to change. That's why we want to have we want to establish this project so that we can have the volunteers that is not unchanged, that is unchanged. And so we have already gathered a few volunteers. Can you go to the next slide? So about the mechanism and conducts, we as the SEC have already planned a few groups to be established under the under the Students COVID-19 Task Force. The first one is Liaison Committee. So what is Liaison Committee? So Liaison Committee is actually consists of the Students Coordination Committee on campus and off campus. So the Students Coordination Committee will work hand in hand with respective departments of administration such as OD SDCE, OD DIAL, RDW, CFS, Health Center, Central Amenities Unit, and AWESOME to better provide trusted information to be circulated to students about things regarding the COVID-19. And also, the liaison committee will deal with student concerns and directly bringing them to attention to the administration, as well as helping the administration in delegating their duties to manage students' daily issues. So in simple terms, the liaison committee, which consists of Students Coordination Committee, will work as a bridge between the students and the management. We will relay the information from the management to the students, as well as we will relay the students' concern and also students' question to the management. And with that, we will try to help the management in answering, or we will be giving them advices on how to tackle the problems that arise during that period of time. Other than that, the liaison committee also provide a more directly two-way communication between students and the administration. And also we give feedbacks and respond on behalf of both student and the administration. So we as the Students Coordination Committee, we will be doing our job as the bridge, and we will be acting as the sender, some sort of a sender between the students and the management. So the information and the communication will become easier. So there will be no leaked information. There will be no false information, hopefully. Next, residential committee. So,
Member of Parliament, you have a remaining of 5 minutes left for your presentation.
thank you, Speaker of the House. So for the residential committee, it is the it consists of the president on campus and also the acting president on campus. So the main purpose of residential committee is to act as the main frontliner in dealing with student quarantine in isolation areas. So they are like the leaders for the isolation groups, and also to help coordinate the students' welfare for quarantined students in terms of daily necessities and amenities, and also to ensure a smoother transition between quarantine students checking in and checking out. So they are like the leader who will be moving the SOP response committee. So SOP response committee is the one who will deal with the outline of the SOPs, the one who will take note of the SOPs, the one who will oversee the students' movement, and also the one who will work during the isolation period of students. So under the leadership of residential committee, the SOP response committee will coordinate with AWESOME and SDCE in terms of regulation that need to be followed on campus. Aid the center in ensuring a comprehensive and understandable SOP to be followed. So that's about the SOP response committee and also the residential committee. So the last one would be the acting president on campus system. So as you may know, or as you may not know, not all the president of MRC will be going back to the campus. Some of the president of MRC need to stay at home because they are taking the art stream. So with that in mind, we want to still have a leader from the MRC So we decided to establish an acting president on campus system so that um, they will have the president, but take note that the president will only work solely on matters regarding the COVID-19. It means they will make the decision about the COVID-19, but when it comes to programs and events, it will still falls under the original or the real president. The acting president on campus system only falls only limited to the COVID-19 stuff, so that the MRC who doesn't have any president can still have a leader who will be acting as the main decision maker for them. So can you go to the next slide? So for the students volunteer, we have gathered around 18 students, not including the SCC, around 15 to around 14 to 15 students, excluding the SCC. So the students' name has already been listed and already been compiled in a document. Inshallah, we will be sending the proposals to the RDW to see how they will react about the amount of students volunteers. Inshallah, we will be together strive for a betterment of the SOP prevention, SOP, and also the COVID-19 prevention. So can you go to the next slide? So I believe this is the last slide, which is the summary. So for the summary, we will be establishing a group of students COVID-19 task force in which consists of students volunteer to enhance the communication between the management and the students so that we can have a two-way communication and also to tackle the problem regarding the COVID-19 prevention and also the SOPs during the isolation period, even after the isolation period, during the festivals or during any other community gathering. So inshallah, I hope with this motion, with these proposals, we will be together strive for a betterment of the society so that the campus will become healthier, will become better, and all the programs will become smoother. That's all from me. I'll give it back to the Speaker of the House.
Thank you, respectable Member of Parliament from the Students' Coordination Committee. For reference of the other members of Parliament, when initiating a term from Bahasa, you may use the sentence with the permission of the speaker. So after that, you can include the sentence or the word in Bahasa to further explain on the explanations itself. All right, so thank you, brother. Thank you, the Member of Parliament. So now the floor is open to debate on the motion. All members of Parliament, you may redirect to the motion that has been proposed or been presented by the Member of Parliament just now, or to the documents that have been submitted in the documents channel. So the floor is open to any members who wish to speak on the motion. Those who wish to speak on the motion, please state the constituency and the point or the argument that is wished that the Member of Parliament wishes to address.
Testing mic. Am I audible?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, you are.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Adam Daniel from a Member of Parliament from Focus Society. So I actually want clarification from the Member of Parliament SCC just now. So there's two things that I would like to highlight it. First is about the student volunteers. I just want to clarify, is there any other like special benefit that will be received by these student volunteers? Like I listened just now, I noticed that you say they will be received the star points. Just to clear, is it okay if like for example, there are art students who is not supposed to go to come back to the main campus, but they are volunteer to be the member of COVID-19 student task force. So will they receive the like specialty to come back to the main campus just to be the member of COVID-19 student task force? That's the first thing. And then the second thing,
I just want you guys to clarify on how did you emphasize the term of reliable and capable student just now? Because as I noticed just now, you said that there are one of the problem that you guys having with the current student volunteers, other than they are keep changing because there are lack of reliability and capability. So I would like you guys to.
Can the member of parliament please shorten the question and re-clarify the question that is wished to be addressed to the member of parliament from SEC?
All right. Okay. First is about the other special benefit that will be received by the student volunteers, and second, clarification on what is mean by reliable and capable student. That's it. I hope it's
Okay.
clear. Right. Thank you.
Thank you to the member of the parliament from Focus. So for the first question, I believe you asked about the benefits. So for you guys, for your informations, the students volunteer are taken from the student who will be going back to the campus. That's why we established an acting president on campus system, which means that even the president will be replaced for things and matters regarding the COVID-19 task force. So the students volunteer that will be chosen is only the one who will be on the campus. And also regarding the benefits, inshallah they will be getting the star points, that's for sure. And also the other rewards, it is based it is on the higher up the management, because every time the COVID-19 every time the quarantine happens, the rewards keep changing. So it's beyond our capability on the other rewards, but we can enjoy the volunteers of the star points. For the second questions, I'm sorry, the question is, can you clarify the second question again? I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. So the second question is, I just want you guys to emphasize what is meant by reliable and capable student that will be chosen as a committee of student COVID-19 task force. Is it clear?
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right.
Thank you to the member of parliament from Focus. Okay. So about the reliability and capability.
Member of parliament from SEC, can you please speak up? The line is not quite clear.
So can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I audible? Okay. So about the reliability and capability. So the first thing that we take into account is the students' schedule, their classes and everything. Because when it comes to being a volunteer, we will need most of your time, much of your time. Maybe not 100% of your time, but maybe during the breakfast, during the lunch, during the dinner, for the isolation period, we will need your time. So the reliability and capability not only on the ability of the students, but also on how free they are, how they're scheduled. Because if possible, we don't want to make the students feel burdened by being the volunteer, and so we need to take into the account the student schedule. And the other one is also the students' willingness, because we don't want to force the students on being the volunteer, because the name itself is the volunteer. So volunteer is someone who is willing to help. So we don't want to force the names on them. So by saying reliability and capability, it doesn't mean on the ability of the students. We believe that all students in CFS IIUM is capable and reliable, but when it comes to schedule, they might be burdening the students. So we will take that into account. We take the students' schedule into account, and also the students' willingness, because we don't want to force anyone. I hope that clears your questions. I hope that answers your question. I return it back to the Speaker of the House.
Yeah, Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much, Member of Parliament SEC. That I think that's very clear. Yes. Thank you also, Speaker of the House. Yeah, I think that's it from me.
Members of parliament. Announcement for all members of parliament. Please be reminded that in order to speak, you must be recognized by the speaker. And once the question has been answered, there is no need to re-clarify whether the question has been answered or not. But if there is a re-clarification requested, you may answer for it. You may request for a point of information again on the matter that has been discussed. For the submission of the documents, the presenters make sure that you recognize and readdress which one of the documents that have been submitted are in relation to the society's motion itself. So after the discussion, any members of parliament from the respective constituencies, please readdress or resend the documents so that the other member of parliaments may take them for reference for the debating session. All right. So thank you, members of parliament. Are there any other members of parliament wishing to issue a point or a clarification on this motion?
MP Amethyst here. Hi, I just...
MP of Amethyst, you are recognized.
Thank you. I want to clarify if there are any like insurance if one of the members of the committee were to have contact with a COVID patient, a COVID student, and if they were to have positive symptoms for COVID, would there be any special like insurance that would cover if, as an example, if they were to pay for the swab test because they volunteered for the committee, to be part of the committee?
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the member of the parliament. So for that question, about the insurance, so the first thing we want to clarify here is the volunteer will not be directly in contact with the students that is being isolated. So by ensuring their SOPs and also the COVID-19 prevention means that they will oversee the students during the isolation period, but that doesn't mean that they will be directly in contact with them, because we know that it is dangerous, and also to further make sure that there are no spread of virus. We also tell them that they have to really follow the SOP, and also never directly be in contact with the students, that is being isolated or quarantined, especially the PUI, the person under investigation, and also for the students that will be swabbed. I believe that if it is in the campus, maybe the CFS Health Center and RDW will manage for a swab test. So I don't think there is a problem on that part. Inshallah, the things or the things regarding the swab test can be resolved if we have a solid reason or a valid reason to do so. That's all from me. I return it back to the Speaker of the House.
Thank you, Member of Parliament. Okay, for the points of omission issued by the members of parliament, the presenter or the speaker on the respective motion may accept or reject the points of information that has been issued by the other members of parliament. All right, just for the clarification. So, moving on, are there any other points requested from the members of parliament?
Assalamualaikum. Assalamualaikum. Am I?
Yes, you are recognized.
Alright. Assalamualaikum. My name is Camelia. I am a representative from Intex, and I have a question regarding why you chose to present this motion to the floor, because it's something that we objectively want and need. And I believe as SCC members, the main leadership society in our foundation, why this couldn't be brought like in a different scene or different time? Why must it be brought during mock parliament when we can all agree that this is something that we need, and it doesn't really have to be debated on? I just want to ask for clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you to the member of the parliament from Intex. So on why we are discussing about this on the mock parliament, because we want to see if you guys have any opinion on this, have any question on this. The next thing is when we are going through the mock parliament time, or when we are proposing a motion on mock parliament, the resolution that will come out with will be better than if we only send the proposals, because it has the support of the students, and that's why we want to, with the support of the students, we want to provide the informations, the resolutions to the management, seeing that okay, we have the support from the students, and the management maybe can, they already somehow agree about this, but maybe with the help of the student support, we will get a better reaction, and also it can be established faster, and also it can be recognized as one of the big concern and need to be addressed as prompt as possible. That's all. Thank you. I give the floor back to the Speaker of the House.
You are from MP of right?
Yes, you are recognized.
I have two questions. Number one, do you think that giving star point is a good way to reward the community, that the task force that actually risk their life in order to keep the SOP, and like there's no difference between me joining a simple event, like I can join maybe 3 or 4 simple event and I'll get the same amount of star points as joining this task force. So I don't find this system of star point useful. Number two, okay. My second question is that do you actually have a system where if somehow there is a outbreak of like this COVID-19 and all the task force is affected by it? Because like from the way you answer your question just now is like you assume everything is going smoothly and there won't be any issues.
Attention to all members of parliament. Please be reminded to address other members of parliament with third degree pronouns, such as the member of parliament of SEC or the respectable member of parliament. Please do not use pronouns such as you or I. Thank you.
Noted. Sorry.
Thank you to the member of the parliament from Antrac. So the first one about giving staff points and other rewards. We as the Students Coordination Committee, we ensure a star point because we believe that star points is like the official rewards that should be given in any occasions. So about other rewards, just like we say, we will try to propose something, but it is up to the higher ups, because just like I said before, every time the quarantine happened during the SEM 1, every time the reward will be changed. Sometimes they give us cash, sometimes they give us merchandise, but everything belongs to the higher ups decision about the other rewards. But one thing that we can really enjoy you is the star points, and that's why we call it volunteering, because we hope that the students volunteer are willing, even though they do the COVID-19 task force job, they will only get the star points. I hope they are willing. And about the outbreak of COVID-19, that's why I said the SOP, the COVID-19 prevention, or the SOP isn't only to the students that being isolated, but also to the high committee, but also to the committee of the Students COVID-19 Task Force, just like in the semester 1, and also during the first batch of students returning back to the campus during the semester 3. There are no direct contact at all from the students volunteer and also the students being isolated. For example, I give you one example. For example, during the lunch, the food will be put on an assigned table, and then after the students volunteer have arrange everything, then the students being isolated will take their foods and something like that, and the payment will be done via online mode. And even if the payment will be done via the cash mode, the payment will not be will be done directly. So for now, during the execution of the COVID-19 task force, we will ensure that there will be no direct contact between both sides, so that the student being isolated is safe, and also the students COVID-19 task force volunteers also being safe without any COVID-19 spread. And also we will try to further tighten the security of the SOP, so that there will be really no no cause or no source of the COVID-19 spread to the volunteer, and also to all students of the campus, not only to the volunteers but also to all
Can the
students.
respective member of parliament wrap up his speech?
Okay, that's all from me. I give it back to the speaker.
Thank you, respective members of parliament. That marks the end of the debating session for the first motion to establish the CFS COVID-19 Students Task Force. Now we will proceed to the voting procedures of the motion itself. So the members of parliament have a choice of either voting for the motion, which will allow the motion to be implemented after this, voting against this motion, or voting to abstain. All right. So voting will begin now in the voting chamber 1 and will end at 10:25. All members of parliament, please make sure that you have voted, and we will proceed with the second motion as soon as the results have been announced. Okay, the time has finished. We have a vote for the motion to establish the CFS COVID-19 Students Task Force establishment. We have 41 votes for the motion, 18 votes against the motion, and 3 abstaining. This motion clearly passes. Therefore, clapping is in order. Right. So basically, that is how the flow for the motions will be followed after this. But for the first motion, I believe since most of the members of parliament are trying to get used to the procedures and the standing orders of the parliament itself, after this, for the upcoming motions will be a lot more stricter, especially for the time constraints in ensuring that we finish all the motion discussions for today. All right. So we'll be moving on to the second motion, which is the motion from SCC, which is the motion to standardize election process and organizational structure for all clubs and societies, ABS, non-ABS, support groups and martial arts. The member of parliament from the Students' Coordination Committee, you may have the floor from 10:27 to 10:42 a.m.
Alright, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you to the Speaker of the House and also members of the Parliament. Can you guys hear my voice clearly? So, I'm sure that you guys can see the slide. So my name is Nur Shafika Bikaruddin as the Vice President of Students Coordination Committee. And today we presented the motion, standardized election process and organizational structure for all clubs and society. So I hope that members of the parliament can really pay attention to this motion because they will affect all clubs and society. So next. Right, so before we start, I would like to give an overview about this motion. So basically, this motion is being presented to ensure that we have a guideline that encompasses all clubs and society to enhance first the procedural process of Center for Foundation Studies so that it will uphold more fairness, transparency, and also good competition regarding the election process. So with as a SEC thinks that it is seem very vital to introduce these efficient methods or guidelines for us to train our students on the real ways of how democratic process should be. Second, regarding the organizational structure is to ensure that the allocation of works regarding all clubs and societies in the CFS IIUM can be function well and run smoothly. So that's like the overview. So next, it's like definition. So what we define by standardized election process mean that we want the same and fixed election process for all clubs and society, and we propose that the procedure will be a clear guideline and standardized to provide a democratizing characteristic and also to uphold transparency for all. Regarding by mentioning organizational structure, we define as we fix certain positions that need to be included in the clubs and society. First, for improvising the coordination and function of the organization. However, we also practice a flexibility by letting the respective clubs or society have their freedom to add any needed position other than fixed ones according to their niche and job scopes. Alright, next. Alright, this motion, we bring this motion to the members of the parliament is to achieve these four objectives. First, to inculcate a more robust, comprehensive and efficient leadership. Because when we talk about the election process and also organizational structure, it really affects the leadership of the society or the club itself. So in order for us to have a comprehensive and efficient leadership, we need to cater these two issues and we need to give improvement and a guideline in order to make the process of the leadership in the long term is an efficient and comprehensive way. Second is to establish a more efficient way in the election process for all societies in the Center for Foundation Studies, because as you can see, when we propose this motion, it means that we give a guideline on how the election process should be, and it will be standardized for all clubs and society, so they can propose an efficient way. Third is to provide the characteristic found in the democratic process, which includes fairness and transparency. And fourth, to construct an organizational structure with fixed position based on society status and needs, which is ABS, non-ABS. ABS stands for academic-based society, non-academic-based society, and support group and martial arts to prevent any miscommunication in organizational structure in the long term. So this is the 4 objectives that we want to achieve. Next, we would like to see the background analysis or the status quo for now. So as for now, the status quo of the election process is every society and club is according to their own procedures without any standardization and fix, because there are no guidelines provided on how the election process in CFS IIUM should be conducted. So all clubs are free to make the election based on their interests. Elections are made under the discretion of the club advisor and previous tenure. These are certain methodology as for now of the procedural election that been practiced by clubs and society. First, there is certain club that practice voting only, voting and then interview and voting. And next, other than that, voting and then interview and meeting. And the last one, interview, voting and meeting. So this is like the status quo of how the clubs and society practicing. As you can see, we have different methods because we do not have any guideline. And next, and what is the problem regarding this status quo or the background analysis? So after we analyzing and also we make a survey, the problem statement, the problem is in the election process. The structure of the election process is inconsistent and may lead to failure of fairness, transparency, and lack of competition among candidates. Second, the process differs from one society or club to another, and no guidelines provided that can guide us on how to do election process efficiently. So when the election process is differ from one club and society, what we can see is it is not fair, because some people can get the position only by voting, some people can get the position only by interview, or just by voting, interview, or interview first and then voting. So when we propose this motion to standardize the election process, what we can have is we can have a fair competition and also transparency regarding the election process. Right. Second, in the perspective of standardizing organizational structure, the problem is the person in charge of the position would not function greatly according to their job scopes, and there are issues of dissatisfaction among members of high committees for certain clubs or in society. It is because like a redundancy of the position or allocation of works among the high committee, and I assure that most of us in the clubs and society can very relate to these problems, because there are certain position that are unnecessary and being redundant with other job scope. So second, the problem is in communicating and coordinating with high position, such as the Students Coordination Committee, and also even if the management, which end up with confusion. For example, like we have 2 or like 3 vice presidents. So when the SCC want to meet the vice presidents, we will have the confusion. Second, like the secretary, for example, when the secretary of SCC want to ensure or want to cross-check the proposal with the certain society. So like the secretary will just say that, that is the work of vice secretary. So that is why we want to avoid these confusions by proposing this motion. Third problem is like the some positions are unnecessary and redundant, which may lead to unclear allocation of works. So the main stakeholders for this motion is high committees and main boards of club and society. So next. All right. So what is our proposed mechanism and conduct to solve this problem? Is first, in the perspective of election process, this is our proposed solution on how to standardize the election process. In this slide, I will just put in bullet ways, but if you want to know more or like the full mechanism of conduct, you can refer to our documents I have already prepared with Raja. Right. So the solution for election process, after we doing a survey, around 200 people response, this is like the method that have the majority of the respondent. Which is we agree that first we make an interview and voting and then meeting. And I will explain for every level or for every phase what we will do and what is the guideline. First, regarding the interview. Right, interview. So announcement for those who want to participate in an interview will be spread along with an application form. So only the shortlisted candidates will be called to attend the interview. And the participant will be interviewed by a previous high committee and advisor. And this is for these interviews are held to find attributes and characteristics that are counted as suitable according to respective club or societies. And this is the important part. The participant will be asked to set what position that they want to aim for. So in this interview, we practice a flexibility because I believe that every clubs and society, SCC believe that every club and society have their own preference on what attributes or characteristic that they want to count it as their main committee and so on. So that's why the interview will be interviewed by previous high committee and advisor. But during the interview, they need to set what position they want to aim for. Alright, so after completing the interview session, and we have a shortlisted list from the interview. For example, like there is 40% come to the interview and the shortlisted interview is like 20%. So this 20% will come to the next level, which is voting phase. So after being shortlisted from the interview, the contestant will be provided a certain period to prepare for their voting session during annual general meeting, AGM. So they will be voted by fighting according to their position that have been analysed during interview sessions before. So that is why in the interview session, we ask the candidates to set what position that they want to aim for, because in the voting, they will fight according to their positions that they want to aim. So this is to make sure that the position can be more focused on voting and can function more efficiently when in the high committee letter. And it is also suggested to use an online platform for the procedures by showing the result of the voting towards the participants, like the members of the society, to uphold transparency and ensure fairness. So after the voting session has been completed, like there's 20% that come to the complete the interview phase and 20% doing a vote, doing their manifesto. So we will choose like 10%. This is just an example, all right? So like 10% for the lineup of the high committee. Right. So at the end of the voting, we will have a full lineup of the high committee. So go to the next level, which is meeting. So after obtaining the full lineup of a new high committee, all the new appointed committees need to attend a meeting along with the advisor or previous high committee recommended after the annual general meeting. So this meeting is conducted as compulsory to make sure that every club and society has been briefed early about the introduction of their clubs or society and the real niche of their programs. It is to make sure that all the new high committee is clearly and well understand about the niche of programs, so we can avoid any redundancy regarding programs in the future. And next, they need to be explained more clearly and further about the job scopes in more detail and open for any amendments regarding allocation of works. So this is to cater their problems, and this is to make sure that they already and well understand their future responsibilities and decrease the chance of redundancy of work. When everyone is clear about their tasks during the meeting, it can also enhance the quality of work and teams in the future. So this is like the 3 stages that we propose to conduct the election, the standardization of election process. So regarding organization structure, next slide. Right, these are okay. On the next slide, we will show the fixed position that need to be incorporated by all clubs and society that we already suggest according to their niche area. But please be mindful that you are allowed to add any position, but must be justified by attaching a relevant job scope. So for main boards, it must be fixed that only one person per position for main boards. For example, president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. Alright. So however, it will be an exception for orators because since they need to handle 3 debates languages such as Malay, English, and Arabic, mean that only orators can have 3 vice presidents since previously they just from 3 clubs, right? So they need to have a representative from VP Malay, English, and Arabic. So for bureau position, we propose flexibility, especially for non-ABS, martial arts and support group, to add any position that will be needed for their clubs, but it must come with
The respective member of parliament has an additional 3 more minutes to wrap up the presentation of the motion. Okay.
right addition by the explanation of job scope included. So if you want to know details, next slide. For academic-based society, as I said earlier, for the main board, president until treasurer, there is only 1 per position. So the other bureau that we propose to be fixed is Bureau of Leadership and Education, Discipline and Welfare, Sports and Recreation, Publication and Promotion, Dakwah and Tarbiyah. So next, so there will be 14 seats for ABS. So next, non-academic-based society and ABS. So the same thing, president and treasurer will be 1 per position. And the fixed is Bureau of Publication and Promotion and also Bureau of Student Development. So you can add any position, but the addition must become with justification of job scopes. Alright, so for martial arts, 1 person per position also, and Bureau of Training and Activity and also Bureau of Publication and Promotion. So further, for guidelines, the election process must not disturb the academic period of the student or participants, which is we will handling slot for interviews and providing a timetable for whole AGM for voting. And added positions are allowed but must be attached with relevant job scopes and according to your niche of programs or activities. Third, be mindful that all the positions must be based on attributes or characteristics, not gender bias. Alright, so the implication. In ensuring a comprehensive and a holistic approach towards student organization and structure, the election serves as a positive way of democratic and transparent representation of the students through character building and trusted process. Therefore, this is 2 prominent matters brought forward, namely, first, establishing constitutional student election procedures, and second, effectiveness of student body organization, which can be accomplished in the long run. So only then we can propose a fast, secure, and legitimate election process be facilitated in electing student representative. Alright, the implication for organizational structure, after we taking everything into account, this approach is important to be proposed because the standardization can holistically ensure that the rules of position is specifically explained, can avoid any redundancy of allocation of work since unnecessary position will not be included. And second, the organizational structure needs to be concise and precise regarding the job scope to ensure that the organization can run smoothly and avoid any dissatisfaction later. So these 2 important matters brought forwardly, first, establishing better communication and coordination between members and other society, especially in joint ventures or with management. Second, ensure that all the positions can be well understood about their job scopes and avoid any unnecessary problems regarding allocation of works. So the supporting data, we have conduct 2 ways. First, survey, and the second one is interview. So the survey, if you want to know more, you can click on the link at the document that I have provided. So based on the survey, like majority of the respondents agree that different procedure of the election will affect the transparency, fairness, and they mostly agree that we need to use the method interview, voting, and meeting. And for the standardization of organizational structure, majority of respondents agree that it is important for everyone to have clear and fixed position that apply the same to all. So for the interview, we have already interviewed like 7 person. And you can refer to the
Member of Parliament, your time is up.
That's all from us. So there is also now it will be in our hands to decide whether we will be together in this improvement or not. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker from the Students' Coordination Committee. Now we will proceed to the debating on the motion of the presentation by the Member of Parliament just now. So the floor is open to any points or motions brought forward by any members of Parliament.
POI.
Yes, the Member of Parliament is recognized.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I am Irfan, Member of Parliament from Focus Society. So I have two questions actually. So first of all, what is the status of SEC in this election process? Because as we all know, the purpose of this suggestion is to uphold transparency and fairness. So as we all know, the current status is that SEC is not being elected. There is a missing part in the election of SEC, which is the voting part. So will SEC have an election for the next tenure, or what are the current status for SEC in this election procedure? And second, what about academic-based society, which consists of different courses such as MPs, they have NCOM, BACOM, MACOM, and also TPHM. And METC, they consist of different medical courses, which kind of the same case as the orators, which they are from different languages that being put under one society. Yeah, so that's all from me. Thank you. Is Sister Shafika there?
I will continue to answer or like waiting for the speaker. Yes. Okay, I will just answer the question. So regarding the first question.
Yes, clarification on that matter. If a point of information has been issued to a member of parliament for the presentation, the member of parliament may immediately address whether to accept or reject the points of information without the recognition. The recognition is only for members of parliament who wishes to speak to address the current presenter of the motion. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to the members of the parliament. All right. To answer the first question, regarding status of SEC of election process procedure, and also the second question regarding how about certain academic-based society like LANS, METC that considering like three different courses. All right. So I will just answer the first question first regarding the status of SEC election process. Why we not include SEC in the this motion is because SEC is basically not a clubs and society. We like a committee under the advisor. This is why our advisor is Brother Zainul, which is the head of the LTU. Second, as we know that the appointment of SEC is being chosen by the high committee from the society and clubs. So SEC is not clubs and society. Like we are the committee to ensure the coordinations of the clubs and society. So that is why we do not include for the election, and will be interviewed by the dean itself. So I hope that you guys can have a clarification regarding how the SEC should work, why SEC doesn't need an election, because we are committee, not a society and club, and that's why we interviewed by the deans itself. So okay, regarding the second question, for the academic-based society, after we have discussed with the vice president of LANS and vice presidents of Amethyst, they agree that by orators we need to distinguish three vice presidents is because they are non-academic-based society. Like they are from different course, so it will be hard for them to control the movements of their society or clubs. But regarding academic-based society, it is according to the courses. So like even in the High Committee itself, we have a representative from METC, like METC. Not all the METC is like health and so on. Like for LANS, not all from LANS is bar only, on like banal only. So that is why regarding the control or how to control the movement regarding the courses, it will be much easier rather than the non-ABS. So that is why for ABS, we just we just count as one vice president per position. Thank you.
Hi, I'm from MP from India.
Yes, the member of parliament is recognized.
Right. So, you just said that the SEC is chosen by the higher ups, and isn't it just so obvious that the SEC positions are the most important positions in our university? So, isn't it just more fair that we need to conduct voting that every student should choose the leaders and not just from the higher ups, because it show the unfairness in this. And the secondly, isn't it just rebut your own motion that you just said that, oh, this certain ABS, non-ABS can have their own bureau or can have their own position? Isn't it just against your motion that we need to standardize the election? Okay, thank you.
Specific member of the parliament from SEC, can I take this one? Can I answer this question?
Like, wait. I'll just answer this question. So, yeah, I agree for your concern, but that is why I clarify at first. Like, it's not like I rebut my own motion, but you must, like all the members of the parliament must clarify that SEC does not hold any real executive power. And plus, all members of the student coordination committee is being elected official from other clubs as well. So why we did not hold a general election is like is about the practicality of the election further. So if you want to elect the student SEC, it will have a problem in practicality because we need to make a general election that comprises from all societies, all courses need to elect the SEC. That is why regarding this matter, on part of the rector and deans also has already discussed about the election. And as you can see, like we do not have any executive power also. We just, the person, SEC itself is a person that committee that coordinates the central programs of the management's instructions. So like we do not have any executive power. It's not like the clubs and societies that you need to provide programs or need to take care of the welfare of your society. And this matter is already being discussed by Rector and Deans. And for more clarification on what is the SEC further, you can watch a town hall. In the town hall, we will explain further later. So yeah, I hope that's answered.
POI from Intex, please.
The member of parliament from Intex is recognized.
All right, thank you. Assalamualaikum. Firstly, I have a question on how you said SEC doesn't have real executive power. How can you actually say that when even in mock parliamentary, 2 motions are chosen, whereas other societies only 1 and a limited amount? Firstly, and you said that SEC don't have actual any power, when you have to realize that SEC is the voice of the students and they need to take care of the welfare of the students. Like sure, the ABS takes care of their respective course students, but SEC plays the biggest part. And it's so, please justify how it is justified for you to have a democracy type of parliament, type of student system, when you yourself weren't created through a democracy system chosen by the students. If you weren't chosen by the students, yes, sure, you might be chosen by the ABS leaders, but if you weren't chosen by the people who you are going to lead, at the end of the day, it's not a democracy, it's still a dictatorship or a tyranny. Please clarify and justify.
Okay, thank you. I'll be answering this. Thank you to the member of the parliament from Press. Firstly, we have to clarify that the election of SEC have been discussed many times before by the rector of the Gombak campus, and also the leadership training unit, and also SDCE, and the high management of the CFS IIUM Gambang, and they have come to a conclusion that making an election or voting session during the first weeks of the semester one is impractical, because at the time, almost all societies are busy with their own annual grand meeting, and we as the SEC need to be appointed early, because we are to conduct the medley and everything. And so the rector themselves have discussed with the LTU and SDCE, and they have come to the conclusion that we, the SEC, the Students Coordination Committee, are to be appointed themselves by the discretion or by the power and authority of the dean and deputy dean. About the power and about the motion of SEC, it's actually up to the higher ups. We proposed 3 motions, just like you guys, but the higher ups are the one who chose the motions. So we accept that we have to present 2 motions. We don't know the justification on why our motion being accepted. So about the other thing, about our power and authority, I'm sorry, maybe there's a misunderstanding by what Sister Shaf said. So about our power, it means that we doesn't have any power in directly do or directly conduct anything. Everything on our power is based on the management. It means just like what I said earlier, we are like only a bridge. If we doesn't have any power in decision making, we doesn't have any power in setting up anything, we doesn't have any power in doing programs on our own, unless the management gives us the permission to do so. And so I'm sorry if you guys misunderstood something, but just for the clarification, we are solely work for the students and for the management. We are like a bridge. We are chosen by the management. We are for the voting session. I don't know the justification behind that, but the higher ups, the management, has discussed with the rector, and they say that election process in the first weeks of the first semester, when no one knows the other, is impractical. And so we are chosen by the interviews of dean and deputy dean, both of the deputy dean and also the representative of leadership training unit. I hope that answers. I give it back to the speaker of the hall. House.
Point of clarification, Mr. Speaker. Orator first. Mr. Speaker, point of clarification.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Under the chair's discretion, it is important that all members of parliament follow the attention of the motion itself and not redirect it into a discussion aside from the main organizational, which covers all clubs and societies. For the upcoming motions must specifically go onto the root of the motion and not redirect it to another motion which has been proposed but not accepted in the mock parliament, as it has been approved by the higher administration of the Centre for Foundation Studies IUM. Under the chair's discretion, the point of clarification from the Member of Parliament operators is recognized.
Okay, thank you. So the point of clarification is not really to oppose them, but actually to support them, talking about why SEC should not have a democrational vote. I think that we have to realize the fact that students are super new when you come to CFS. No one really knows each other, and it's not really an informed choice when you actually choose your leader. Hence, it is logically impossible for you to choose a good leader in the case that you just entered CFS. And secondly, talking about campaigns, you only have a year in CFS. You don't really expect somebody that is like driven by subjects in a year that is super hard to suddenly be able to make campaigns to vote for SEC. I think the idea that SEC should have a student vote would be irrelevant because we're so new and the choice wouldn't be informed. It's psychology 101. So yeah, point of clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Member of Parliament. As we are facing time constraints, there are no other points attended for this motion. Thus, we will be moving on to the voting of this motion. A reminder for all members of parliament, please recognize that this motion is in regards to election processes of the clubs and societies in terms of its election processes and appointing those of which are in the ABS, non-ABS, MRC, not MRC, sports, martial arts and recreational clubs and also the support groups. So inshallah, we will be moving on to the voting procedures. The voting chamber is open now and will close at 11:05 a.m. All members of parliament, please be reminded to vote in the voting chamber of the parliament and not the observers lounge. Okay. Under the motion of standardizing election process and organizational structure for all clubs and societies, with a vote of 34 for the motion, 23 against, and 2 abstaining, this motion clearly passes with a simple majority. Okay, so we will be moving on to the next motion. Okay. Before we move on to the next motion, we received countless discussions, especially suggestions on the discussion and time limit. Please be reminded that in order to make a comprehensive discussion, especially Q&As or points of information, please shorten the question that will be addressed to the presentation to the presenter, because a longer question or longer disinformation of the members of parliament will cause a delay in the program itself. However, if, for example, any members of parliament that will be presenting requests to add additional time for presentation under the chair's discretion, if the speaker deems fit, it will also be applied as well. Okay, so we'll be moving on to the third motion by the Mala Representative Committee of Mala Azharawi. The motion to embed and enhance sustainable development goals in facilities, amenities, and services at the Mala. Without further ado, the floor welcomes the representative from MRC Zahrawi. The floor is yours.
Am I audible? Okay. Um, Before I start my presentation, the MP of MRC Zahrawi requests that the Speaker of the House shares the slide as well.
Can the member of parliament from MRC Zahrawi clarify which slide?
Canva.
Alright, that is the market.
Thank you. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Arif bin Karim, and today I am representing Mahala Azharawi as the MRC. The motion presented by the MRC of Mahala Azharawi is the motion to embed and enhance sustainable development goals in facilities, amenities, and services at the Mahala. So the overview of this motion is that we would like to highlight some of the problems faced by the students regarding residential matters at the Mahala, and to discuss about the solutions in tackling these problems based on the elements of sustainable development goals, SDGs, and to also ensure the well-being of the students and improve the existing facilities and services at the Mahala. About the motion. This motion wishes to emphasize the issues regarding residential matters at the Mahala to enhance the quality of living environment for the comfort of all students. All matters discussed under this motion also comply with the Sustainable Development Goals aspects, which can benefit the residents of the Mahala, allowing for prosperity for future generations. Now, the SDGs are something which has been implemented by the UN. So these are what the SDGs are. It's for the betterment of the future, basically. And this is what we want to inculcate into our own mahalla and campus. Now, this QR code is to show some of the problems which Mahalla Al-Zahrawi faces. So, for example, a loose doorknob, cracked ceiling, rusty locker, shower turner disconnected. I'm pretty sure a lot of the same problems are being faced by Mahalla Al-Biruni because I was quarantined inside there for also a month, for a week. So these are just some of the many problems which are being faced by the students in Mahalla Al-Biruni and also Mahalla Al-Zahrawi. I cannot say for the sisters Mahalla, but I hope that you do not face as many problems as us. Also, for background analysis, we have found that the Mahalla is the home for the students in CFS IIUM. And such, in order to create a prosperous and conducive environment, we must ensure the facilities in Mahalla are at the best condition. In this motion, we bring up the problems faced by the students in utilizing the facilities in Mahalla. Keeping accounts of the problems, we provide solutions to overcome the problems in this motion to enhance and embed the facilities for the betterment of CFS students. Now, the problem statements. What are the problems? Several shortcomings were found at the Mahalla involving the welfare of the students and resulted in some complaints being made by the students and also by the manager and principal themselves. And in this slide, you can see this is what Mahalla Zahrawi looks like. Very beautiful, yes, I know. This is what Zahrawi looks like when after a heavy downpour. We can see that there's a small flood going on. And we can see that at the rooftop, the lot has been breached. This issues a safety concern. And we can see over here that there are improvements being made, such as the clothesline at the Mahalla Zahrawi. So these are some of our proposed solutions. Oh wait, okay, let me go through the problem statements, some of the problem statements. So for our stakeholders, it is us, the students and residents of Mahallas. So firstly, it is our laundry. So I can say for Mahalla Al-Zahrawi and Biruni, the lobby is non-existent. We came back for Sem 3 and we could not find a laundromat. So this poses a very serious concern for doing laundry. Secondly, there is an insufficient clothesline or pampayan in Malay, especially at some blocks. For example, in Zahrawi at least, block E and D. This poses an inconvenience to the upper Hizbahs as well, the upper levels, because they need to go up and down to dry their clothes. And when there is rain outside, the Hizbah from level 5 need to rush down to the ground floor, to the ground clothesline, and to retrieve back and hang it inside their rooms and whatnot. This poses a serious inconvenience as there are an insufficient number of clothesline at the upper Hizbahs, especially at block D and E. Thirdly, at least in the first semester, there was no coin exchange machines at Mahalla Al-Zahrawi and Biruni, even though previously the washing machines and dryers had to use coins, had to insert coins to use it. This poses as a serious inconvenience as we had to save up our coins to use the laundromat. Yes. So secondly, it is about the water dispenser. We can say for Mahalla Zahrawi, there is only 2 water dispensers. This is insufficient because water is a basic necessity, and the lack of water dispensers And also, the water dispensers which are available at hand could not cater to the needs of residents. Each time, for example, each time that I, as the MRC of Zahrawi, goes down to try to retake water, to fill water, the water might not be available. And also, there is a lack of free water dispensers such as Kowe in Mahala al-Zahrawi and other mahalas except for Biruni. Thirdly, there's the pantry room. You can clearly say, I think, for most mahalas that the pantries are being underutilized in general. There is only a sink which most of us could go to the toilets to wash our dishes and whatnot. And next is our TV room. There is no specific use of the TV room in the mahala, and for Zahrawi, that half of it is being used for the gym. And so this causes less space to be utilized. And in the gym, like what has been previously said, half of it is being used because it's not at its allocated room. After this, it's about 7 R's. It's about, most of you are familiar with the 3 R's, which are reduce, reuse, and recycle. But right now, there is a more modern solution, more updated solution about 7 R's, which is there is a lack of recycling bins and a lack of initiative in the mahalas. About landscape, there is a lack of plants and greenery, especially at Mahala al-Biruni. This causes might be cause stress and less of a harmonious environment. There is a lack of complaint management. So there is a lack of clarification for compiling facilities and services. There is also an absence of a lost and found center. Students' belongings that are lost and scattered throughout the mahala should be compiled and be distributed back to the rightful owners. Sorry for this unprofessional presentation, but there is also Wi-Fi problems, which I'm sure everyone faces, even the lecturers face. That the Wi-Fi might not be as fast as we can, so it is not adequate enough for even online classes. Now, some of these proposed solutions are what might help to resolve the problem statements. The implications at hand is that these solutions are easy access to safe and affordable drinking water. Students are able to maintain their personal hygiene, thus prevent them from bacterial infection. Reduce plastic waste pollution by recycling them. Students can access internet for education easily without interruption at Mahalla, and create a zero hunger community when the pantries are provided with free food. The support data based on surveys and post-mortem, you can see the graph and whatnot. I don't have time to go fully in depth, but we can see that most people voted yes for washing machine, for an addition of washing machines, dryers, clothesline, and water dispenser at every hisbah. The issue of underutilized mahala pantries, people agree that there should be an addition of water heater, microwave, if possible, a toaster, ironing board, and also eating utensils. The additional purposes of the TV room, which can be utilized, is for maybe for leisure, recreational purposes, academic, and special services. And the mechanism and conduct. Mechanism and conduct, basically, the MRC of Zahrawi has interviewed the principal and manager of Zahrawi, and we have talked about these issues, and the principal and manager has agreed that these issues are being more prominent and it should be resolved with the solutions which I have given. And in conclusion, it is fundamental to acknowledge that these problems at an early stage in order to avoid any circumstances to happen and for the sake of creating a sustainable environment at the Mahalla. We hope that all the matters addressed shall be considered in order to make further enhancement regarding facilities and services for the betterment of quality of living in campus. We believe that this motion can bring a significant impact on CFS students in the sense that the students can live in a more convenient and conducive surroundings and will feel motivated in their studies. And thank you. That is all for me. Siru ala barakatillah. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Member of Parliament from Mala Al-Zarawi. With that ends the presentation of the third motion. Now we'll proceed to the debating of the motion itself. So are there any points or motions issued by the Members of Parliament?
Yeah, I'm the MP of India.
Focus.
MP of India, you are recognized.
Okay. I understand that the MP of Zarawi has a good intention, but from the motion, what kind of SDG? Because SDG is about poverty, protect the planet and else. But what you just mentioned is about safety, co-way, Dobby. It's just the necessity and the need of our students, the facilities. I think that the motion is about we want to improve, and it doesn't relate or correlate with the SDG itself. So I want to MP of Zarawi to clarify this. Thank you.
The MP of Mala Al-Zarawi.
Okay, thank you, MP of Idea. The MP of Zarawi wants to clarify and make the other MPs realize that there are not only a couple of SDGs, but there are 17 SDGs which could encompass every aspect of campus life. So even if it's about basic necessity, there is an SDG called Sustainable Cities and Communities. And for doggies, at least, it is essential that we have clean clothes to wear because it ensures that we have proper personal hygiene. And also for SDG number 3, it's about good health and well-being. So yes, even though it is just about a doggy, it's essential. Thank you.
Thank you, MP of Mala Al-Zarawi. Are there any other points?
POI.
Allah.
From the MP of?
Oritas, sorry.
Yes, MP of Oritas, you are now recognized.
All right, so I have two questions I would like to ask to MRC. Zahrawi, I would like to ask, firstly, what is the main focus of this presentation or this motion? Because I believe that the presentation or the motion itself is like very vague. So I would just like you to clarify what is your main focus. And secondly, I believe that, don't you think it is much better for you to focus on one aspect of these set sustainable development goals, as it would be much easier for you to improve in the sector if you do have like a specific focus rather than trying to focus at all things at once, but then at the end you're not going to fix any of them or at least really improve one sector at all.
Okay, thank you very much, MP of Oritas. To answer your first question about the main focus of Zahrawi's presentation is we would like to propose a more sustainable future. We would demand a more sustainable future for the mahallas at hand by the administration, because right now we do not have a very conducive, you would say, environment of living. Secondly, we should tackle one issue one by one. So I would like to ask for the MPs to realize that at each mahalla there are appointed MRCs for different departments, welfare, discipline, and whatnot. So it is the MRC's job as a whole to distribute the power and to distribute the tasks given and received, so that we can to work efficiently as possible. Thank you. Hope that answers the MP of Oritus' question.
All right, thank you, MP. Are there any other points or motions on the floor? POI from Press, MP from Press, you are now recognized.
Right. So this is more to suggestion from MP of Press. I think today's motion is more to we're making the management to recognize the priorities, the hierarchy of priorities that we need to see in these FS students. So at the end of this motion from MP Press, we really hope that the management themselves can, instead of investing the budget allocation more to programs or other things that also necessary, but instead prioritize those budget into working and giving the facilities, improving facilities for the CFS students. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
So can the MP from Press re-clarify the question?
Sorry, it's not a question. It's a suggestion that at the end of this motion, the top management can prioritize the budget allocation to improve the facilities instead of investing it to other things. For example,
All right.
programs and so forth. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, MP of Press. Because I think some of the issues are wishing to be addressed by the members of parliament. If, for example, the members of parliament do not wish to issue a point or a motion on the floor, the MP can also suggest, for example, MP of MRC Zahrawi wishes to speak on this motion or wishes to speak against this motion. All right. So to further clarify whether the stance of the respective constituents are wishing to garner support from the other members of parliament. All right. So thank you, MP of Press. Any other points or motions on the floor?
I wish to add my view on this proposed solution.
MP of Focus, you are now recognized.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, so as we are representing our society, so I would like to represent Focus Society, a view on these problems. Okay, so for brothers, Focus brothers, so all of us are allocated at the 5th level of Mahalla, in which we have a problem acquiring water. So when we have this kind of problem, we need to go to 3rd level, and also sometimes the 3rd level water dispenser often broken down and we need to go to the 1st floor, and sometimes it is out of water because too many students use it. So I think it is necessary for us to support this, as the benefits of supporting this proposed solution, it is a win-win situation for everybody. It does not limit you, or it only beneficial to Focus. No, it is beneficial for all. Yeah, and also imagine like you already go to the 1st floor and then there is no water, and then you end up being more thirsty. It doesn't help you quench your thirst, and yeah, it creates more problem. And I often see that the Focus students bring cartels of plastic bottles of mineral water, in which it is very against the Sustainable Development Goals, the 12th Sustainable Development Goals, which is responsible consumption and production. So it will produce more plastic bottle, will waste more plastic bottles, which is not clean for the environment. And also, yeah, exactly by supporting this, it helps so many problems. And I hope that everybody can go for this motion, second to this motion, and we could enjoy the same access, same level of access, because as we all know, we paid the same amount of fee, and therefore we should have same amount and level of access to water, to washing machines, laundry and stuff. Yeah. And also, I also noticed sometimes students from Biruni came to Zahrawi to wash their clothes because it is easier to use self-service laundry, as the washing machines and the dryer from their mahallah is broken down. So imagine having only 2 washing machine and dryer at Mahallah Zahrawi, and it is being shared by 2 mahallah. It is not the fault of Mahallah Biruni also. It's just I'm stating the problems being faced. And imagine only having 2 washing machine and dryer, and one of it broken down. So we only have one that is working. So imagine all the boys are using only one self-service laundry. So it is quite inconvenient, and also, yeah, it doesn't fulfill the sustainable development goal of the infrastructure, industry, and innovation allotment. Yeah. So with that being said, I hope that we can second to this motion and vote for it in the hope that the problems will be solved and we can proceed to much better and developed environment and society. Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you, MP of Focus. Does the MP of MRC Zahrawi wishes to speak on the comment made by the MP of Focus, or are there any other MPs wishing to speak on this motion against, or any points of information or other points?
MP of Biruni.
Society again.
MP of Biruni, you are now recognized.
All right, Assalamualaikum. I am an MP of Biruni, and I wish to add on to this motion. First of all, we'd like to say that we fully support this motion, as Biruni has faced the worst, I think, out of all the mahalas. Our welfare and our situation isn't exactly keen, and also siding with the students' welfare. First of all, like the water dispensers during semester 1, I'm sure that a few of you maybe know about it. It was removed, but then and everyone was quite weird. Oh, why was it removed? And then we found out that because the water dispensers were actually old ones and were actually broken and were not clean, and it couldn't be used anymore. But for some reason, after like 1+ years, it was still there. So that was an issue that needs to really be brought up. I want to emphasize that the health of the students is very important, and if you were to go against this motion, you're basically saying that this is not the students' health is not important, and stuff and so on like that. So yeah, that is all I wanted to add. Thank you. I pass it back to the Chair of Parliament.
Thank you, MP from MRC Biruni. Any other MPs wishing to speak?
You are for MPs to Focus.
Yes, you are now recognized.
Right. Thank you. Yes, I also agree with the motion proposed by MP of MRC Zahrawi. But I just want to have clarification from your MPs about regarding the mechanism in terms of the recycle bin process and thing, because all right, so far we do notice for me and Focus's members which live in Mahallah Zahrawi, we do have like recycle bin, but it's actually not being used like with the permission of speaker. Dia tak diasingkan mengikut jenis-jenis sampah. So I just want clarification from MPs of MRC Zahrawi in terms of how you will ensure that the process will run smoothly, and how you ensure that student will follow the process. I think that's it.
That's a very good. Thank you. That's a very good question and point made by the MP of Focus. So the mechanism of the recycling bins, or the 7 R's. Firstly is to either number 1, include more recycle bins in each hizbah beside each dumpster. So it can be, so when people want to throw out their trash, they can instead recycle it. or we could do it in a different way where we can have a recycle center. So we can appoint a room to specialize as our recycling center, and this is something which which we are interested to join with ENC, as it is a very niche topic and subject which ENC might have the specialties and capabilities in ensuring that we have the correct method in producing a sustainable and good recycle center. Thank you.
Thank you, MP of MRC Zarawi. Seeing that the time is already 11:36, supposedly we'll be moving on to the voting of the motion. But however, the chair seems fit to entertain another question on this matter, or should there be any other points that are in regards to this? If there are no motions or any points of parliamentary for this motion, we'll immediately begin the voting session for this motion. Okay, seeing none, we will immediately begin the voting session on the motion of embedding and enhancing sustainable development goals in facilities, amenities, and services at the Mahala. The voting channel will be open from 11:37 a.m. to 11:40 a.m. As a reminder, please vote in the voting chamber of the Parliament and not the Observers Lounge. All right, the time is 11:40 a.m. Alhamdulillah, with a vote of 61 for, 0 against, and 0 abstain, this motion clearly passes. We have an overwhelming majority. Congratulations, MP of MRC Zarawi. So this motion to embed and enhance sustainable development goals in facilities, amenities, and services at the Mala is passed.
Clapping is in procedure.
Clapping is in order. All right, so moving on to the fourth motion by the constituency of orators. Motion for
motion that the speaker's corner should be under the discretion of orators fully for better celebration and feasibility. So with that, the speaker invites the MP from orators to deliver his or her presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so my fellow member Anissa will present the slides because my laptop is a bit problematic. Okay, so I'll be and I would like to ask the speaker if I could have an extra 2 minutes because I believe I have a lot to substantiate.
Yes, that will be in order.
Okay, thank you. I'll start my speech in one. Sorry, I start my speech in 1, 2, 3. Debate and public speaking, two exceptional elements that are always among the many that make IIUM stand sumptuous as it is. And the center of these two elements, among them, lie the Speaker's Corner program, a program to tell students to publicly speak and train critical minds. We believe that orators would do the best admirable job in handling this program and orators only. I, Ahmad Luman bin Muhammad Noor, standing as the president of the Orator Society and a member in this parliament, will fight and support the motion that Speaker's Corner should be under the discretion of orators fully for better celebration and feasibility. The presentation and slides that you see are prepared by Anissa Batrisha, also a member of orators. So let's get into the topic. The overview. What will I be talking about today? My speech will be conducted and separated into 3 separate parts. Firstly, the introduction. Secondly, the substantive. And last but not least, the conclusion. So there are 4 elements to the introduction for today. Firstly, I'll tell you all there is to need to know about Speaker's Corner. Secondly, the problem that at hand. Thirdly, the proposed solution, which is basic clever motion. And last but not least, for the introduction part, we'll tell you what we aim for in this motion today. And I would like to ask any member to share another screen because I think only us are sharing screen, meaning a lot of people can't really see what I'm presenting today. I hope the speaker can also share his screen. Secondly, talking about the substantives, there are 3 things that we would like to prove in this debate today, and these are the 3 questions in which we will persuade you that this program should be under orators. The 3 questions are, firstly, why this program should be mutually exclusive under orators. We want it to be an orators program, not SEC. Secondly, how orators would create a better program for the students comparatively to SEC. And thirdly, how orators could ensure its emphasis, continuity and propagation of the program comparatively to SEC. And last but not least, I sum up the program in conclusion. So moving on to the introduction part. And I believe this is a part where you really need to note and really hear my speech because the slide is very simplified. A lot of content goes into my speech. So firstly, talking about Speaker's Corner, what is Speaker's Corner? Speaker's Corner is a program that acts as a platform to train and expose students to deliver public speeches. Basically, a program where students can talk in front of many people about ideas and critical issues. And the conduct of this program is in any creative way that the organizers wish, as long as it fulfills 2 main criteria. Firstly, it's done continuously throughout 3 semesters. Realize that Speaker's Corner is not a one-time program. The program that we had Speak Up, Shout Out by orators in semester 1 was not Speaker's Corner. That was another different program. Speaker's Corner has to be continuous. And secondly, it ensures the student and student leaders from all society publicly speak, meaning we want maximum participation along the 3 semesters. Continuing, how did Speaker's Corner came to be? Realize that Speaker's Corner was actually a program for us, from orators. It was originally for us. But then later on, it was passed on to SEC. And this happens because we exemplified the Gombak campus doing the same. And the justification given by the deputy student rector at that time was he said, he gave this change and he gave it to SEC was to encourage student leaders to be more involved in public speaking. And I'll tell you in this speech today, and I'll tell you in this motion today, where all those benefits that SEC could have by doing this program could also happen on our side, while we could also encourage student leaders to be more involved, and we could also have maximum engagement with many students. Now, this is a part that I would like to highlight, the status quo. Realize that now the program is organized by SEC, and secondly, SEC this year and this batch, they prohibited and they disagreed with the idea of orators involving in the program. So that's what we're debating on. We're debating on the status quo that SEC does not let orators orators run this program at all, and SEC wanted to run it. But what's the reality and what's the biggest mistake that they did? Realize that in semester 3 and along the batch that we have now, Speakers Corner is not conducted at all. And believe this mainly happens because the SEC wants to handle it themselves, and the reality is they can't. And you see, you really need orators, and there is no program of Speakers Corner throughout the entire CFS. Throughout our CFS lab, and I'll justify why it mutually exclusively has to be under orators after this. Now, the 3 problems that we would like to address. Firstly, the program is not properly executed. Secondly, there's a lack of emphasis and focus towards program. And thirdly, SEC does not allow the involvement of orators. We believe that's a fundamental flaw, fundamental mistake coming from SEC. And the reality is you don't have that program in this batch. What a sad reality. Continuing with the proposed solution that we would like to give out today. The solution is basically our motion. We're saying that orators is given the full authority to organize the program. Go to the next slide. 2 slides actually. So our end goal. What is our end goal and what do we aim for in this motion today? For us, we want Speakers Corner to be under the discretion of orators fully. Meaning Speakers Corner is a program by us and done by us. And at the worst case scenario, in which we wouldn't like this to happen, but in the worst case scenario, we would have a JV with SEC. But note that this is SEC JVing with orators, not orators JVing with SEC. We believe when SEC says that they want to help other societies, the reality of what they do is they take over that program and they ask the societies to manage that program as if it was their program. But what we want is, it is our program, and if there is a JV, SEC will come to us, not us coming to them. And secondly, for CFS IIUM, we believe that only through orators can we provide the most effective and beneficial Speakers Corner for students, and we believe it can only come from the side of orators. Continuing, what will we prove in this debate today? So I talked about the 4 fundamental questions, and those are actually my substantives, but any opposing party that wants to oppose us and disagrees have to at least answer these 3 fundamental questions to be a consequential debate. Firstly, why should they be mutually exclusive under SEC? Secondly, how SEC can ensure its continuity and propagation of the program in the case that you don't have that program in our batch? And thirdly, how SEC could create a better program with the students without the involvement of orators. Because the debate that we're having today is under the status quo that SEC does not allow any involvement of orators in organizing this program. And we can't, and the reality is we can't really organize it. So now, continuing to my substantives and justification. So before I go into my substantive, there is one big justification that must be answered. And I think that this is like a big justification that people would ask. Why do we propose a motion for Speakers Corner to be exclusive to orators? Why do we propose it to be our program? And we're not saying that we want this to be SEC and we want to JV. No, we want it to be our program. A JV is when a JV would only happen if SEC come to us. So 3 reasons. Firstly, the program is clearly within our niche area, and I think this could also be said in some sense towards SEC. So yeah, continuing to the second point, the discretion of SEC, whether or not to include orators in organizing the program, deters orators to handle the program by default. What does this mean? We mean that we want this program to be ours because if it's under SEC, SEC has the freedom to choose. Oh, I want this program to be under orators. Oh, I want this program to not be under orators. We believe the freedom of them to choose is extremely inconvenient and discriminatory to us, especially as a public speaking club that wants to propagate and organize public speaking activities. And that's why we just say it's better for it to be under us because we can choose how we want to do it, and we can guarantee that we will do it at the end of the day rather than being under the mercy of SEC. And thirdly, the coordination of the program will run smoother because we don't really have to refer to SEC for complexities. We can go to our advisor directly. Now, continue with the 2 substantives, and these are the 2 arguments. My 2 arguments will be answering 2 questions. Firstly, how does orators create a better Speakers Corner comparatively to SEC? And secondly, I'll also talk about how we would ensure its continuity and propagation comparatively to SEC. So this is why we say that if we were to create this program by ourselves, we would create a way better Speakers Corner than SEC could ever will. Firstly, we have more experience and understanding organizers. Realize that in SCC community, SCC HiCom, we have so many people that are experienced in public speaking and have joined many debate tournaments and have joined many public speaking tournaments, especially when it's now online. We understand more how to organize these programs. we understand more how to organize this program. You could say that for SCC, like SCC does have some speakers, but the reality is we have more speakers creating a more wider range and market of ideas to be shared. So we believe there's more ideas and more experience, a better immersive program that is full of great content and enjoyable to students could actually be created at the end of the day. And we only believe it can mutually exclusive be under orators because experience and understanding comes from orators where we're already experienced debaters, experienced public speakers. We know what you need for a public speak. We know what makes you comfortable in a public speak, and we also know how what platform should you use for a public speak and also debates. We believe we are the best people to run this program, and in other programs too. For example, in mock parliament, we would always like suggest Zoom because we have been like in more than five tournaments. We know how to handle these types of programs with a lot more understanding and experience. And secondly, maximum and reliable engagement will also happen to our side. A lot of what people say, they say that orators should not handle this program because you won't have engagement with student leaders. You won't engage with the school or society. We believe this is not necessarily the case. I believe as long as the administration give us some autonomous power to let other societies participate, it's already okay. For example, Balex and Focus last year, they did not last year, Balex and Focus before this, they already did mock parliaments without the involvement of SEC. There was still a lot of participation from so many clubs. Still a lot of clubs joined. So engagement with the students would still happen as long as the administration lets us call upon other society. And we don't believe like letting us call upon other societies would only have to be under the guise of letting this be an SEC program. And secondly, it's a reliable engagement because at least the students know that the people that are handling this program are actually people that participated in this program numerous times. We've been to numerous debates. We've been to numerous public speeches, and we're a lot. We know how to organize the program, and a lot more experience come from orators. Now, second question: how do we ensure its continuity and propagation? Realize in status quo, the poor and sad mistake that the SEC has made is there is no plan for Speakers Corner in this batch at all. And we believe one reason may be the fact that SEC have a lot of central programs and lack attention to Speakers Corner. And we're okay with that. Go on with your program. And that is exactly the reason why we want it to be our program, because we have less programs, we have more flexible time, and it's exactly our niche as a debate and public speaking club. We believe we could focus more and give it the attention it needs, especially when UIA is renowned for public speaking and debating. We could propagate this a lot more better. So those are the two substantives that I delivered. What did I say? Firstly, I told you that we would create a better program, and I told you that we have a lot more experience in doing these things because we are public speakers in these types of programs. We do have a lot more experience. And secondly, maximum engagement will still happen as long as we can call participants from other societies. STC is not needed at all. And secondly, we can ensure its continuity and propagation. We could be more passionate about the program than SEC ever could because they have a lot more programs to handle. Now, so then representation of data. We actually asked students what they think about this decision, about this motion. So what did we do? We do two types of data collection. Firstly, we did a survey in Google Form, and second, we actually interviewed lecturers in CFS IIUM as to ask what the opinions were. So I'm just going to skip through this part because we don't have much time. This is the first question that we asked. This is the second question that we asked. And this is the third question, and this is the question that I would like to highlight. The end question in the survey was basically just asking, which organization do you think should fully handle Speakers Corner? 78.3% of students said that orators should handle Speakers Corner. Meaning when we talk about creating a better program, we also believe it comes also under the metric of what the student wants, and clearly the student wants orators, not SEC. Now, continuing with the interviews that we did for the lecturer. So we interviewed 3 lecturers, Madam Nur Hidayah, Madam Siti Khadijah, and Madam Madiha. And to give you a fair play of the field, we did give you the quotes and the comments that they gave that were fair. We didn't really give biased comments that were just supporting us, as you can read it too. The comments were also, like Madam Siti Khadijah also commented on why SEC would be the best choice. But then again, like I said, it's a debate, it's a discussion. We still want orators at the end of the day. Okay, moving on. So, before I go into the impact of orators handling the program, I've told you 2 main things. I've told you the introduction and why Speakers Corner was at the mercy of SEC right now. and what has SCC done with the Speakers Corner program in this past. And I've also told you two more things that we would create a better program, ensure its continuity. Now, going to the conclusion of this discussion, and I'm sorry that I'm very fast because even now I've already gone to like 40 minutes, I have 1 minute left. The impact of orators handling the program. These are, firstly, there are two main impacts. Firstly, mutually inclusive impacts. We believe these impacts would happen anyway if orators or SCC handle the program. But secondly, we'll tell you the mutually exclusive benefits that only happen when we handle the program. Firstly, if SCC or orators handle the program, maximum student and student leader engagement will still happen. SCC have their platform as the remaining leaders, and we can still call participation from other sites. And second, the basic exposure to public speaking to students is that they will still be exposed basically and minimally. But what would happen if you give orators to handle the program? And this wouldn't really happen in any of SCC's case. Firstly, we believe it would ensure a better program in the sense that it's public speaking. The best people to ask for public speaking are public speakers. And we know how to, and we actually get how public speaking happens. Secondly, we can ensure its continuity and propagation, realizing status quo that SCC has done nothing. And secondly, we as a club can divinely realize our niche of debate and public speaking. We want to create awareness. We want people to know what public speaking and debate actually is. As a club, I think that's enough and it would make us very happy. And that's something that only comes when orators handle the program. We tell you we can create a better program, and for the students, we will provide the best for them. Because if you're fighting and you're standing for the students today, please support us. Because we believe we are the best club in order to run this program. And yes, even if a JV is needed, it's our program, you come to us, not the other way around. Thank you. For that, I end my speech.
All right, thank you, MP from Orators. So now we'll be moving on to the debating of the motion itself. So are there any other MPs wishing to speak on, against, or raise any points of information or parliament inquiry on this motion?
Students Coordination Committee wish to speak.
The MP of SCC is recognized.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, a very good point by the MP of Orators. Here I just want to clarify a little bit on the maybe misunderstanding between both sides. So for the, as you might know, under the instruction of I1 from Gombak, the first speakers corner are done under the LAC with the collaboration of Students Coordination Committee, Leadership Training Unit, and also I1 with the collaboration of Orator Society. So it's not only bound to SCC, but it's a joint collaboration with orators under the language awareness campaign. Why did we do it under the language awareness campaign? Because our first intention is to provide a broader scope for students' participation. About the Speakers Corner conduct after the LAC, this is where we want to clarify and justify. We actually never prohibit you guys, if you guys want to do the Speakers Corner, because we have come to a conclusion before, I think, during the meeting. Even our Vice President, the other MP of SCC, also the Vice President of Orators, and she clearly said that there might be a misunderstanding, because we never say that we prohibit you guys from doing the Speakers Corner, but we say that, okay, for the Speakers Corner after the LAC, we will be having a discussion again, but maybe for some of the lack of, maybe because of lack of communication on that matter, we never actually discuss on the execution of the Speakers Corner after the LAC. That's what I want to justify. So there's actually maybe a misunderstanding. We never prohibit, but because the Speakers Corner to be put under us, so we want you guys to have a JV. But maybe because of our lack of communication, we often talk to each other, but none of that matter. So maybe because of that misunderstanding happens. Okay, so for the second point, on I'm sorry. On the on the Speakers Corner, about the orators handling the Speakers Corner fully, I just hope if there are any amendments that I want to propose, it is even if it is fully given to the orators, or it will still be under us. We don't know yet the decision, but either way, we hope that the some parts of the speakers corner, maybe if the speakers corner is to be conducted in the whole year, I hope that maybe at least the opening can be done in the language awareness campaign. Why? Because we want to centralize the program, not to only publicizing it to students, but also to publicize it to the higher ups. And I know that putting it into the center program might be a good way. So either way, either if the program is still to be put under SEC, or it is given to orators, I hope that this thing is clear, and I hope that the collaboration for at least language awareness campaign still continued, at least for the opening of the speakers corner, so that we can centralize and publicize the program for the sake of because this program is a very good platform for students to voice out their
Can the MP of
concerns.
SEC wrap up his statement so that it can give way for other members wishing to speak on this motion?
Okay, I know that this program is a very good platform for students to voice out their concerns, their thought, their knowledge, and everything. And I hope that at least the program can be centralized and publicized even to the higher ups, so that they can know about the program. That's all from us. Thank you.
Okay, do I wait for the speaker? I speak, right?
All right, thank you, MP from SEC. So the any MPs wishing to speak on this, or the MP from orators?
Yes. I would like to answer that question first before any more questions.
So MP of orators, you are recognized.
Okay, so two issues. Firstly, you talked about how Speaker's Corner was never prohibited by SEC. We believe that's exactly, and we believe the lack of communication is the biggest issue that you have. Because when we asked you, do you want to JV with orators in Speaker's Corner? The answer was no. So what was the possible and logical assumption that people could have in that scenario? It would be that they disagree from doing Speaker's Corner with us. And even though you never really explicitly said the word prohibit, the idea that you disagreed and you said that, oh, we want Speaker's Corner, but we don't want to do it with you, that's the point in time where we believe that the SEC disagrees and does not allow orators to do the program firstly. So yes, lack of communication is extremely essential, and the lack of communication that you have creates an assumption that we are disallowed. And secondly, talking about amendments, I believe amendments can still happen at the end of the day if you want it to be a language awareness program. But the point that we want it to be our program was not just we agree with certain amendments if you want to integrate here and there. But the point is we want it to be our program because we don't want problems like this here happens again, where the SEC can basically just give their discretion saying that, oh, we don't want orators to handle this program. No, the fact that we want to handle the program regardless of whatever year it is, regardless of whatever SEC says, and that is the main reason why we want it to be our program. And yes, we believe amendments can happen, but the main reason why we want it to be our program exclusively is so that SEC could not say that they do not want to JV with us or do not want to create this program without us. We want to have this program. It's a compulsory thing for us as a club. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, MP from orators. Are there any other MPs wishing to speak for, against, or raise any points of this motion?
MP from SEC.
Yes, MP from SEC, you are now recognized.
All right. Thank you, Speaker of the House. Right, regarding this motion, I think first we need to clarify the misunderstanding, and I thought that is very harsh for MP from orators to say that we prohibit any joint venture with the SEC, because the proof is during the language awareness campaign, we are the orators itself is the committee working with the SEC for the Speaker's Corner. So I think that this fact need to be clarified by the MP orators. If you want to discuss something in these members of the parliament, please use the facts that are true facts. Second, is like as we can see, the motion is for better celebration and feasibility. But from all of your presentation, I'm waiting for your suggested how you want to conduct the Speaker's Corner under orators. But all of your presentation is just about why we should choose orators. Yes, we agree that you have a niche of program, during a public speaking, but how do you want to conduct to make sure that the speaker's corner can run smoothly? That is the point that I'm waiting for the MP orators to speak in these motions. However, there's nothing motion about that. We SEC, I want to clarify that we don't have any capabilities to prohibit or not, because we are the one who give. You are also know about the status quo. We are the one we are receiving the instructions. But however, if all the members of the parliament want to accept or not this motion, we want to know what is your methodology of the conduct of the speaker's corner. Only for your it is suitable for your niche is not enough for us to convince whether we need to accept or not. So I want to ask that question, and I need to clarify that you need to use true facts regarding your status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, MP from SEC. The MP of orators.
Yes, I have an answer. So there are two main problems that actually come. Firstly, you did not really listen to my speech. And secondly, still, the facts are not jumbled up, and let me re-clarify. Firstly, yes, they talked about the Speak Up, Shout Out program that we did in semester 1. Realize that program that was a one-time thing. And what happened afterwards? You can ask the president of orators, and you can also ask the president of SEC regarding this issue. They asked us to wait, and they asked us to wait to give a status where the speaker's corner should be continued with the JV of orators or not. And this is a proof from the president of orators, which is myself. I asked them, and the decision was, we do not want, we want to do speaker's corner. We don't want orators to JV and cooperate with the program. Sure, we believe that they did let us cooperate in the Speak Up Shout Out program that happened earlier on, but after that, throughout the whole semester 3, there was no engagement, and they said that they did not want to cooperate or JV with orators regarding this program. Now, secondly, talking about how they actually didn't, I don't really believe the MP from STC really heard what I said at all. We talked about better celebration and feasibility. I've already explained to you why we would create a better program, because with so much experience and so much understanding about how a public speech could happen. And secondly, I've told you that student engagement will still happen, and it would be more reliable, and will create a more enjoyable program for the students where better celebration can come. And in terms of feasibility, I've told you why orators only can continue its propagation and continue this program because we have less programs. Hence, we can do this program at the end of the day. And thirdly, a third level analysis is regardless of the misunderstanding or not, we would still want it to be our program because of future possibilities that STC could somehow say that they want to start the program without the JV of orators. So regardless of that fact or not, we believe it should be under the discretion of SEC. And in terms of conduct, I believe I've already told you that the conduct can be done anyway. This is not a policy motion. It's a value judgment motion in which we judge values. Should orators have this program or not? It's not what is the program that orators going to do. I think that's debate 101. Truly a lack and poor understanding from the MP of SEC. We've told you that as before, and Speaker's Corner has done before, it has to be throughout the 3 semesters. It's not a one-time program, and I've characterized that well. It has to be continuously throughout the 3 semesters. And the reality is, they did cooperate with us in semester 1. But when it comes to semester 2 and semester 3, I asked the president of SEC, and yes, they said that they did not want to JV with orators. And the idea that they said they did not want to JV with orators, by our understanding and logical assumption, is we're assuming, you want to create the program, but you don't want to have orators. And that's the assumption that's come. And that also creates an assumption where we believe we're disallowed from creating the program, because SEC also wants to create the program later on just with our orators themselves. I believe I already clarified why this fulfills the motion, and I've told you the conduct, because the conduct isn't something to be specified. I just told you it has to be among 3 semesters and maximum participation from all societies. I believe other questions could really relate to what I actually said. And please don't ask something that I've previously clarified. Thank you.
POI from Intex, please. POI from ISRA.
Mr. Speaker.
MP in text, you are now recognized.
Okay, I understand how this situation might look like an orators against SEC kind of thing, but understand that whatever that the MPF orators are trying to do for the floor today is for the betterment of the entirety of students of both CFS and later wearing Gombak, because all of you agree, most of you agree that Speaker's Corner is under not only under the niche of orators, but it's also something that they specialize in public speaking and things like that. And the fact that you understand that it's the niche because orators have these specific skill set should be enough for you to understand that this is exactly why they should have complete power and organizational power over Speaker's Corner. Even if the MPF orators didn't specifically state like the mechanisms that they would have to organize Speaker's Corner, it's like you have to understand that if you understand that we have the skill set, that should be more than enough for you to understand why this should completely go to the orators instead of to the SEC or with the SEC at the end of the day. This isn't a question, this is just a clarification that if you were to have orators organize Speaker's Corner, it will be a choice better both for orators and for you as well.
UI from Ismail? Oh, sorry.
I wish that my point.
Okay. Can the MP speak louder after this because it's not very clear? Okay, before any other points or issues on this, does the MP from orators wish to speak on the commentaries made by the MP of Intex?
Yes, just a little bit comment. I think that's extremely true. I'm not just here fighting SEC. That's not what I want. What I want is to provide the best for the students. They can only come when orators fully have this program. Thank you. We want you guys to speak up. We want you guys to be better.
PI from Isra.
All right, thank you, MP from orators. MP of Isra, you're now recognized.
All right, so Assalamualaikum. I just need a clarification from the MP of orators. Sorry, you have the Arabic debate club under orators, and honestly, I don't see any progress in that club, like no trainings and all, so like no programs conducted that much in that club. And now MP of orators is proposing a motion to be fully in charge in another program whereby even under the Arabic debate club is not progressing well. So doesn't it seem like to be a greedy move for them? Thank you.
Thank you, MP from Isra. MP of orators.
Thank you for the question. So firstly, in terms of Arabic debate, I think you firstly have to analyze what actually happened. Do we have efforts for Arabic debate? Yes. Have we done continuous surveys asking people to join Arabic debate? Yes. Have we tried to do workshops? Also, yes. We've tried so many things in order to propagate Arabic debate, but the reality is so little and so less students are interested in Arabic debate. And because of that, we can't really do anything. Can you have a workshop with only 5 participants? You can't. Can you have a workshop about Arabic debate with only 10 participants and let you invite a very expensive speaker? You can't. We've done so many things for the Arabic debate. We've done so many Google Forms. We've tried to push for so many workshops. But the fact that so little students are interested in Arabic debate really deters us from doing anything at the end of the day. We believe this is not our problem, but rather the problem of the system where you don't have enough students interested in Arabic debate at the end of the day. And secondly, we believe it's not really related whether or not we can actually continue this program or not, because more often than not, if you actually realize Speaker's Corner is a
MP of orators.
Oh, yes.
At this moment, the speaker would also like to remind all members of parliament to focus on the main topic of the motion itself regarding to the Speaker's Corner and not direct the debate to another part of, for example, the context of Arabic debate within orators. Should this discussion be made outside the mock parliament and focus on to the context of the Speaker's Corner and also the better celebration and feasibility?
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So I'm open for the next question. And the next question, if Mr. Speaker can allow it, the next question will be answered by my beautiful fellow member of orators, Anissa Batrisha.
Right. As the speaker deems fit, this issue will also be discussed. There will be a time extension until 12:18 for the and one last before going on to the voting procedures.
May I add, or we have someone already on the line?
For the MPs that wish to speak on this or raise any points, please clearly state the constituency and on what guys.
I wish to add my view on this motion.
MP of Focus, you are now recognized.
Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, wabarakatuh. So it seems like there's a fiery debate on discussion of this motion, but I think it is more like clearing misunderstanding between SCC and orators. So I would like to provide new perspective on this motion. So for me, I think that the MP of Focus thinks that it is reasonable to give this program to orators because if the SCC does not handle this program, it doesn't concern them much. And it is much more in the niche of orators to do some things with oratory skills because that is a niche area. I mean, you have orators club, but you are not doing any oratory program. So what are you supposed to do? Like teach taekwondo? So that's a rhetorical question. And also, I think that SCC should focus on the
Hello?
less communication needed because if you give full authority to
Alright, so can the MP from Focus wrap up immediately because we want to finalize for the voting session?
Oh yeah. So basically what I'm saying is that I think it is reasonable to give this to the orators because SCC doesn't lose much by not taking this program, and also orators can fulfill their niche area. And also I would like to have a few suggestions in future tenure. So first of all, there has been a few controversies in which SCC is taking the programs that has been handled by few societies in previous year, which seems to get many audience and also participation. Yeah, so I think that it is not really a good move to do that because every society have their own programs that they come out with, and it seems like SCC is exploiting the program. You know, as for example, for the mock parliament, it is previously done by Focus and also MELEC. So it is kind of like exploitation that SCC is taking.
The speaker will also like to direct that the MP should not go further away from the motion that has been set. Alright, after notifications from the from the committee, since that we are running late of time, so we have to rush off to the voting session. So insyaAllah, the voting session will commence from 12:18 p.m. until 12:20 p.m. Alright, so all members can now vote in the voting chamber. Thank you. Alright, the time is 12:20 p.m. Hopefully all members have voted on this motion. Alright, we have a vote of 49 for, 2 against, and 16 abstaining. This motion clearly passes with a majority. So the motion that the Speaker's Corner shall be under the discretion of orators fully for better celebration and feasibility is passed. The clapping is in order. All right, thank you, members of parliament. I'm very sorry for the random and spontaneous changes of the time limit, because I want to immediately go for the next motion so that we can allocate time for our lunch break, inshallah. All right, so moving on to our fifth motion, which is from the constituency of Econs, the motion to provide functional ATMs where it is convenient for students, for example, at the student center. Without further ado, the speaker invites the representative from Econs to deliver his or her presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is my microphone audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So my member of Econs will be presenting the slides since my laptop isn't functioning that well. So you can watch it at Econs Arif. Can any one of you see the slides? Tak boleh. Sekejap.
At the moment, we can't actually see the slides yet.
Okay, I'm sorry for the technical issue.
All right, now we can see the screen. So you may proceed.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. As a member of Econs Mock Parliament, I will be presenting my motion, which is to provide ATMs where it is convenient for students, such as the student center, but we will present that later. So our motion is to provide ATMs where it is convenient for students. These are the objectives to be completed. This is the overview of our motion. The brief summary is that it is clear how ATM machines are crucial in every academic institutions. As a student, we use our money daily for our needs and wants, and therefore, this motion is to enhance the hospitality for students and to raise the issue that has been going on since the first semester. Inshallah, this motion will give benefit to us all. The aspects to be covered is the justification of our motion, so that all of us will acknowledge the importance of this motion, the suggestions and solutions for our motion, and lastly, the problem faced daily by students and the whole community. The introduction for our motion. The first introduction is to provide ATM machines nearer to students. This is because semester 1 had clearly showed us that students, the location was unsuitable for us. The locations will be suggested and elaborated later. Next is to install more ATM machines in order to increase the availability of ATM machines for students in order to ease the withdrawing of money for the whole community. This is to reduce the traffic because the number of ATM machines provided in the admin building is not enough for all of us. The reason for this motion is to ease the task of withdrawing money for students and others, and this motion arises because the provided ATM machines are not capable to cater students in semester 1. That will be shown later. And our motion is solely to enhance the conveniency and hospitality of our campus to the whole community, current and future-wise, and to improve the quality and the betterment of our campus can be achieved if we lift this motion. Although the art students are not available and we have to face online classes, but we should also think for the students who will be accepted in CFS IIUM in the future. Wouldn't we want only the best for them? Okay, the background analysis of our ATM machine. There are only 2 ATM machines provided for the whole community. The first one. 2 of them are located in the administration building, away from the students, like we have to walk to go there. And the accessibility of the ATM machines for students are before midnight. And the last one is the ATM machines are always available daily unless broken, which can be an issue for all of us because one machine cannot cater all of us. Problem statement. The problem phase in semester 1 had clearly shown that the location for the students was unsuitable and the number of ATM machines provided is not enough to provide for 3,848 students. So the stakeholders in this motion would be us, students. Why is it a problem? Because especially during emergency, they find it difficult to walk all the way to the admin building to withdraw money. And trafficking to withdraw money in the admin building has been a problem for the whole semester. They face a massive queue during weekdays. So the proposed solution. The first one is to locate the new ATM machines near students. So we should install, this motion is to locate new ATM machines near students where we install the ATM machines in convenient locations for students such as Student Center at the and the Al-Khalil. So these are the hotspots for students to be around so that it will be easier for us to withdraw our money without any problem. And the second proposed solution is to increase the number of ATM machines provided for current and future community in CFS IIUM since there will be more students residing and massive queue could be avoided for the betterment of all. This is the implication of the solution. The first one is the installation of new ATM machines will be a great gesture for students to overcome the unavailability to withdraw money due to massive queue. And the new ATM machines installed within student reach will reduce the hardships and difficulties for students to withdraw money at inconvenient places. So these are the supporting data. I will not show you guys all of it because we have limited time. But most of it, the conclusion of this data is that this motion is agreed from all students in CFS. So the mechanism and conduct. How will our proposed solutions be executed and the measures? So to install more ATMs and locate them within students' reach, the way to make this happen is to provide new ATM machines for the students and to pay installation services to locate the ATM machines nearer to students and to utilize the use of CCTV in case of vandalism happens to the new ATM machines. The last one is to enhance the security in CFS IIUM radius to keep the new ATM machines guarded and secure. So these are the measures should be taken for our proposed solutions. Financial problems. These are all problems should be faced by the top management since the cost, the budgeted cost, the allocated cost will be them to solve it. And the second is the future damages for the newly installed ATM machines. This is only a 0.1% chance since our security is more than enough to protect due to the availability of CCTVs and guards. Conclusion is that our motion is to help our campus strive towards betterment and to improve the facilities given so that each of us will receive the best for CFS. The foundation year is the start of every student's opinion for IIUM, so let us all provide the best for the rest and give an impactful impression. A small fixer-upper will lead to greater things, and this motion is created to voice out the hardships that the students face daily. It may be hard to act out this motion, but the result will be more than beneficial for us all. Okay, so this is just saying that all of you guys should be heard, all of your hardships should be heard, and I believe that if we can pursue this motion, it will only help to benefit for us all. Okay, thank you. If there are any questions regarding the concerning about the allocation of budget, we will take the questions towards the high upper management regarding the financial budget if this motion receives an overwhelming support from us so that we can make the choice. And so our duty is just to make the choice, is just to vote this motion, is just to bring this motion to the high management so that we can talk to the high management. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much, MP from Econs. Alhamdulillah, because of the large amount of time we have, so insyaAllah we can entertain a few questions before we adjourn our session for the morning session, right? So are there any MPs wishing to speak for, against, or rise to any points of the motion itself?
Yeah, I for press.
Society.
MP from Focus, you are now recognized.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Adam Daniel from Focus Society. So I just want to clarify with MP of Econs, like, did our society ever consider that adding the ATM machine will be in line with our goals in promoting the cashless surroundings in our campus? Like, you know, if because it come to my concern that adding the machine for QR code pay is much more cheaper than we add much more ATM machines. Like, how many ATM machines would be enough to cover all the 2,000 students? So yeah, I just want clarification from Econ Society.
Thank you, member of Focus. This is a good question because the first, it's true, what you said is true. But I think to use cashless method, we need to aware the workers who wants to use cashless method. But I don't think it is capable for us to provide the to teach them what to do because most of the workers are usually not in our generation, so they can be useless about they can be unknown about these things. I'm not saying that I'm not supporting double standards, but I think that if we install ATM machines, it will be better for us all because traditional is better and reject modernity. Because even though there are cashless methods, some of us can't use it because they don't know how to use it. The workers don't know how to use it. The workers don't know how to see if the money got accepted. So it would be tough for both of us.
MP of Entra wanted to share their
Okay, thank you, MP of Econs. MP of Entra, you are recognized.
Okay, in my opinion, is like even if you manage to somehow implement the cashless system, you have to install all these Wi-Fi routers and like make sure that the entire college is covered in this 5G or 4G networks, and I believe that will cost more than actually just. I mean, yes, over time you can say that ATM is much more expensive, but implementing it would be much more cost efficient to implement an ATM rather than installing Wi-Fi routers all around the campus. And if you say like we can use our data, we should realize that not everyone is wealthy enough to afford the data to use it every day, every single time, in every single possible activity they do in daily life.
I for press.
Thank you, MP from Entra. The chair recognizes the issue on this. However, if there are any other members wishing to speak on the issue of internet, better not so that we do not divert the issue of the ATM, right? So MP of Press, you are recognized.
Yeah. First of all, I want to agree with MP of Focus, if I'm not mistaken, about we should go with cashless, and to rebut the idea coming from the the econs and also interact. First of all, regarding of the mechanism for us to implement cashless, is it rational for you to see that these workers will have problem to deal with it? Because today we are living in a world where everything is going online. And secondly, for the connection, just a little bit of it. If we improve the connection, it not only help in terms of we go cashless, but overall for our studies and so forth. We need to say that even if we invest to improvise the Wi-Fi system, there is a lot of other subjects and issues that can be catered at the same time. So the investment will cover wider problems at the same time. That's it. Thank you.
Point from Intex, please.
Thank you, MP of Precious now. However, before we move on to MP of Intex, does the MP of Econs wish to give commentaries on the recent remarks?
May I?
Yes, you may.
May I speak in Malay just to answer conveniently?
Under the chair's discretion, that is allowed.
Alright. Terima kasih. Daripada MP Track yang mengatakan cashless way dapat menyelesaikan masalah yang lebih luas, tapi kami menekankan untuk menerapkan lagi banyak ATM machine di CFS sebab kami telah melihat banyak masalah semasa semester 1, semester yang pertama, di mana kadang-kadang ATM machine tidak dapat berfungsi dengan baik. Jadi memandangkan masalah itu, ramai pelajar yang terpaksa suffer the problem macam kekurangan note. Contohnya seperti pelajar yang nak keluarkan duit dengan note yang banyak, tapi the available note yang ada hanyalah RM20 dan RM10. Jadi kat situ dapat satu masalah yang dibebani oleh pelajar. Selain tu kita install lebih banyak ATM machine supaya kita dapat tangani lebih banyak emergency problem macam like the open day, contohnya banyak parent or pelajar luar yang datang. Jadi masa tu kita dapat bantu mereka untuk contohnya dia nak mereka nak keluarkan duit, nak withdraw money. So we will not burden them. So we have solved the problem there. So I think that's all for me.
All right, thank you, MP from Econ. So we're going to resume the point issued by the MP from Intex. So MP from Intex, you are recognized.
Thank you. I just like to clarify that this debate isn't about whether e-wallet is more beneficial or does it help more, but it's about whether it's about the debate about how this ATM will actually help more people. Because let's talk about e-wallets. Let's brief talk about e-wallets. Right? Some e-wallets require like a minimum amount of that you have to transfer from your account into the wallet. For example, Grab requires for you to transfer like 50 ringgit, which is a lot for some people, even for myself. Touch and Go e-wallet also requires a minimum amount, and that thing is very burden towards people, both students, lecturers, and parents that visit. And even if you want to use like QR pay, not everyone uses Maybank. CIMB doesn't have this kind of system. It's very burdenful towards people that don't have access to the money of these facilities. Secondly, I think a suggestion that I'm not sure it came from Econs or not, but if it came from Econs, I'm so sorry. But I think instead of adding another new ATM, which is very cost consuming, what the higher ups can do is actually, because the admin building there's 2 ATMs, so maybe they could move one of the ATMs to another location, which is less cost consuming. I like to believe that is all.
MP of Islam.
Thank you, MP from Intex. Just now, MP from where? Isra, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, MP of Isra, you are recognized.
Okay, so not really a question, but to agree on this motion, because there's this bank service among students. Basically, you transfer money via online to the student providing that service, and then they will hand you the money in the form of cash. And in that sense, I don't think it is safe, because we usually withdraw around like 100 or 50 ringgit, right? And therefore, the student that provides the service need to have some amount of cash for that service. So in that sense, providing an ATM machine which is accessible for students is a good idea. So that's all.
Thank you, MP from Isra.
Please.
All right, MP of Isra, you are recognized.
Sorry. Is it Chitra?
Yes, MP from Chitra. Yes, you are recognized.
Okay. For the motions, I just a bit partially disagree because instead of we asking for the higher ups to increase the numbers of ATMs, we can wait for the moment. Sometimes they need times, they need cost, they need funds. But for me, what I see, the pros of the lack numbers of ATM is we produce more businessmen and businesswomen in CFS. Let's say I'm doing a business and then people in my mahalah Zahrawi, they buy something from me using cash. And then I got a lot of cash. So I don't need to go ATM. And my friends also don't need to go ATM because they know I have cash. So they can bank into me and I give them cash. So I see that is the pros of the lack numbers of ATMs. But I also agree if higher ups want to increase the number of ATMs. Okay.
All right, thank you, MP from Chitra just now, and also the speaker would also like to applaud the MP from Intex just now, because hopefully not only for this motion but also for the upcoming motions after the lunch break, so that we don't redirect the motion away from the main focus. All right. Okay, so inshallah the voting will start at 12:45. So the chair would like to entertain either a response from the MP of Econs or any other last point or remarks from the other MPs.
I would like to speak.
MP of
Econs.
All right. So MP of Econs, you are now recognized.
I'd like to thank MP of Intex for the idea that is very smart and intelligent. And I would like to move to Chitra, MP of Chitra. I think the idea of that everyone could be a businessman or businesswoman is very nice, but I think that is not beneficial for all students. The ATM machine is not to make other people a businessman or businesswoman. It's just you want to withdraw money. That is the issue here. Like, we can't withdraw money because the ATMs here are far away, and we raise some issue how people usually give out personal information like their cards to other people to withdraw their money for them. So we don't want that. We just want to really help the students by providing ATM machines nearer to us. Really, either it's relocating or adding more ATM machines. We just want to help us all. That's all.
All right, thank you so much, MP from Econs Alhamdulillah. I think that sums up the presentation and also the debate on motion 5. So inshallah, we'll proceed to the voting procedures of motion 5. The voting will commence from 12:45 p.m. until 12:47 p.m. So all MPs, please vote in the voting chamber of the parliament, and inshallah by 12:47 we will be announcing the results. Thank you so much. All right, Alhamdulillah, it's already 12:47 p.m. So I will now announce the results for the motion 5. Alhamdulillah, we have a total of 56 votes for, 2 against, and 2 abstaining. So for the motion of to provide functional ATMs where it is convenient for students, for example, at the student center, this motion clearly passes. Clapping is in order. Thank you so much, all members of parliament, for today. I believe we've had a very comprehensive discussion between all the motions. The speaker recognizes that there are time constraints and some technical difficulties, especially in presentation and discussions. However, hopefully in the upcoming session in the evening, we can improve that and put forward a more rapid and also a more engaging discussion between the presenters and also the other members of parliament. All right. So inshallah, I think that concludes our first session for the mock parliament 2021. So after this, we will reconvene back also at the same Discord server. So inshallah, during the lunch break, everyone can take a rest, probably take some deep breaths or whatever. So inshallah, I think that's all from me. Thank you everybody, especially the secretariat and also all the other members of parliament. Inshallah, I'll be seeing you all in the upcoming session. So I yield back the floor to the secretariat for the tentative briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, the Speaker of the House. So, dear distinguished guests, members of Parliament, we have reached the end of the first session. We will have a break before continuing with the second session. We will meet again at 2 p.m. Thank you.